Alrighty, we got a live stream up. Yeah. Comment on my Who Taught This Yard Junkie How to Back video. Alright, I'm at 988 subs. I got 12 to go. We're at that magic 1,000 mark. Yay! I just picked up one just within the last 30 minutes because I was at 987 when I was over at my wife's friend's place. Okay, let's see, in Barstow, California. Going to Turlock, California. So give me a minute while I make the file name right for the people who watch it later, or who watch it recorded, whatever. And while I make this live, so you guys who want to watch me live can actually see it live. Alright, all done. If I can quit getting these Facebook Messenger messages where I can do what I need to do. Alright, we are now public. Yeah, it's not the same guy I was parked next to earlier. Come on, where you at? Never got a pre-plan yet. No surprise. What's up, everybody? No, I'm at my secret hiding spot in Barstow. Not a TA, though. A secret place that usually only local truckers know about. Let you know in a minute. Gotta wait on my air pressures to build up. And oh, I was in the right spot. I just had to hit the compose tab. Send my reefer check. I think I'm done with the 4-ways. Where you at, Jesse? I know you're here in Southern Cal somewhere. 34 and 33. Well, not 10. No, it was 33.5, I think. Get my seat to raise up to the height I want it to until my air pressure comes up. My primary's up. But I wait for the secondary to come up. You're in Arizona already? Already heading back to the mothership? Man, you guys are quick. Well, I'd say that passed the lights and buzzers test. Alright, now I think I can raise my chair up. Yep, there we go. Okay, that's up too high. I don't know who likes to have their seat all the way up. Most people I know like it down lower because they have it up more. I think it bounces more or whatever on the bumps, and it's bouncy enough on the as it is. It's rough. Trying to find the right spot. Okay, so anyway, Jesse, to answer your question, I'm at the Arco AM/PM off right at the corner of Main Street and L Street. So, you know, okay, so if you're coming from the TA in Barstow, you go northbound, like you're going toward I-40. If you get off at the L Street exit, which is 2 exits after you get on, so the first exit is Highway 58. The second exit is L Street. You get off there and turn left, and then you just come straight down, and L Street will actually dead end you right into this this station here. I'll show you. That's L Street right there. So you can see the freeway right there. That's the on-ramp and off-ramp right there by the overpass. You just come straight down the road. When you get here to Main Street, you just cross straight over and right into the parking lot. Me, Shaz, yours all the way up -2 inches. Yeah, it's kind of weird because like sometimes for me, like I'll want it to move, and like at different times I might want it a little higher or something, or other times I might want to sit a little lower. Usually the only time I have mine sitting really high up like that is if I have the sun in my face and the visor is not able to cover it. Like maybe the sun's just a little bit too low for the visor for where I normally sit. Then I'll crank the seat up so the visor actually will cover it as much as I can. It's even worse when it's when I'm pointing at the sun and it's a sun down situation, because it gets worse and worse. And yeah, then at that point, yeah, I'll go ahead and do this. But the problem I have there, because of my height, this is my eye level pretty much. You see, I can't see much of the road with that visor hanging down versus see way more visibility with that thing up. So traditionally, come on, that's tricky. I don't like to have it up very high at all. I don't like to have the visor down at all if I don't need it to be. Yeah, it looks like it should be positioned okay. Hello, everybody. Whoever I haven't already said hi to: Ziggy, Jim, Corey, Tom C, Sean, whoever else. I'm gonna get rolling here. Should be able to run straight up from here to Turlock. A friend of mine who's actually from Turlock and who's been to that customer before. Mind you, I've had a couple loads that went to that customer, but I ended up dropping or swapping both of them, so I never got a chance to go to that customer. However, I talked to that friend of mine who's from there, and according to him, they do have overnight parking available there. So now when I get up there, I can just go right onto their lot, check in, whatever, the guard shack, I guess, and then just park and overnight parking until it's time to deliver in the morning. So that's my plan. Now we all have a fresh 14-hour clock to work with whenever they want to reload me. Hey, Matt, how's it going? Rick, I have 40-mile marker, 110 going westbound. Did you that pic of the bear? Did I see the picture of the bear? Yeah, you talking about at Critter's Corner? Yeah, I did see it. That looked like an older bear. Look, it has like a gray muzzle on it or something. I'm guessing it's an older one. I don't think I'd seen a black bear with the face looking like that. That was interesting. All right, I'm gonna get this turned around and we'll get going. Couple ways I can go. Morning, good afternoon, Della. Oh, should have released the trailer brakes earlier. Now I gotta wait for it to charge back up. Let's get my gauges set where I want them and be done. Yeah, I'm just give it a minute because I'm gonna wait on the trailer to charge up with all of the air that it dropped. Right now I'm sitting on an uphill incline, so the leveling valve was dumping out all my air while I was parked. So it's not that I have any leaks that I need to be concerned about, because there aren't any audible leaks back there. And when I did the DOT brake test, as you guys saw when I was in Williams before I came to Barstow, it passed with flying colors. So it's not losing air when it's not supposed to be. It's just, I think the leveling valve's just venting it all out. Alright, sounds like it's good. Which really didn't need it. Sound like it even needed that much, so it should be good. I got 52 degrees locally. They have a requirement here that everybody in the county is supposed to have a face mask on. None of the truckers are wearing them, and then I'm actually seeing more local people who are not. At first, I went out earlier this morning, and even after my wife came and got me after I woke up, there were pretty much everybody who was local had a face mask on, but then nobody else did, and I don't personally give a shit about it. Okay, I'm gonna make a right turn here. I can go straight if I want to get on to I-15 southbound, but I'm gonna go this way. Now, if you're a truck driver, you might not know that there are a couple of truck washes here. There's one directly here to my left side right now. A couple of trucks over there too. And there's another one right up here on the right called Vernon Truck Wash coming up on now. That's another one. So if waiting in long lines at Blue Beacon isn't your thing, or maybe you don't like Blue Beacon out of principle, these two are options. Because I can get on Highway 58 right up the road here. I don't know if you just saw in the background, the truck's going across the overpass right now, about a mile up. That's Highway 58. Hey, Salvia. here to Turlock. I don't really anticipate needing to stop anywhere. I should be able to just run straight up.
I want to be a big strapper.
Okay, but yeah, to help you guys figure out where the hell I'm going.
Sorry out there in the cheap seats. I don't respond to any signal on the 1S unit.
Ooh. Well, I don't respond to idiots on base stations.
It's my ambition in life to be a big strapper. A big strapper is somebody that has a big antenna, a big radio, a big linear, and a big microphone, and a big mouth. That's a big strapper. That's a CV big strapper, driver.
I hate base station, guys. I turn that down until I'm out of his range. I'd already committed to going down into 5th gear to make this turn. I usually always make my turns on the low side in 5th, but I'd already come out of the other gear and was trying to get the truck to slow down at the same time so I could get into the. Now I was just gonna use brakes only to get it down to the speed that I usually get to before I'll go into 5th. Because I usually go down to about 10 miles an hour, and then I'll go ahead and switch into. Then I'll kind of rev the engine just enough to get into 5th. Alright, it's Highway 58 westbound right here. And I'll be taking 58 all the way out to Bakersfield. And once I get to Bakersfield, I'll take Highway 99 straight up. And when I get up to Turlock, which is in between Fresno and Sacramento, basically, it's up by Modesto. That's where Turlock is at. Yeah, that is true. He does have a big mouth. Let's see if he's shut up. Good. Maybe you can watch it and stop bothering us with your obnoxious ass. Station idiots.
That's about it, driver. You hit the nail on the head. That's about it, driver. Other than kicking beer cans down the train tracks, that's about it.
You say that like it's something to brag about.
Don't want a new hobby. I got a wall of radios. I'm not gonna change.
Same street where all the truck stops in off the Linwood Road exit is at on I-15. You actually can use this exit and go straight down there to get to them if you're ever coming across 58 and want to just try it out as a different option. I think taking 58 straight to 15 and then getting off at the Linwood Road there might be maybe a hair faster, even though it's a little bit longer.
Yeah, it sounds like a hunk of junk.
base station operator, though. The Hatchby way station will be closed. Wouldn't bet on it, but yeah, every so often it's closed. It's about half. Yeah, I don't know. It's closed a decent amount of times, but it's open more often than it's closed, I'd say. Looking earlier, it looked like the Hatchby was getting snowed on earlier, and I was concerned about it. I ended up checking the road conditions on the Caltrans site, and said there were no restrictions, so that's good. Even if I did have to chain up, it's okay. I got my socks that I can use. COVID-19, I was looking at the stats on it this morning, and it does look like it's look like we might have topped out on the number of new cases. So, the stay-at-home order thing is apparently is working. Johnson, something like that, Johnston. He's recovering and getting better. He said, that's good. Over here to the left side. Yeah, if you've seen the movie Aaron Brockovich, that was a true story, and the real life Aaron Brockovich, it involved this area right here. and New Jersey are taking the brunt of the problems here in the U.S. Kramer Junction is where Highway 58 and US 395 meet up. Couple that died yesterday. Did not know them. What was it? Mark and Beth. What was the last name again? I guess it was a solo driver whose wife rides on the truck with him. To Bakersfield will cover not quite half the trip. So more than half the trip will be on Highway 99. I think it's about 120 or 100, something like that. 120, 130 or something like that from Barstow to Bakersfield. So if I remember right. 2 more days of house arrest now, man. Yeah, and I know they've been kind of doing that with everybody too, basically until the end of April. Oh, that's great, Della. So basically, when they think that it's starting to die down, they're basically, because I think the 13th is when they're projecting the. I think the rate of new deaths, whatever, to top out or whatever here in Cali. So that date, that information, the data that they came out with, must have a lot to do with why they're deciding that the 13th is specifically the day that you get to have your good news. If there's how much truth there is to what Sean was saying in this morning stream, when I was coming from Williams to Barstow, he was saying that I guess 80-degree weather should be enough to kill it. If there is a second wave, because as long as the weather is still not warm enough nationwide, I can see that happening. Yeah, it looks like it will be going into a rainstorm up here. I do see evidence of rainfall up there. And it'll be before I get over to Mojave. In fact, it's pretty close to Kramer Junction right there. That they got 2 lanes all the way through here now, so I can kick back and do my normal speed that I like to do and not be in everybody's way. like the heavier stuff is there's some just off to the right of where the highway looks like it is, and then there's some further over here to the left, around my 1030 or so position. Right, it's coming down pretty good over there. Free truck wash, courtesy of Mother Nature. As green as it's starting to look here, I can tell that there's actually been getting some rainfall here lately. Because usually the ground here is a lot more brown than you're seeing. Quesadilla earlier from a local Mexican restaurant there called Platas. It's a big quesadilla and they put a lot of stuff in it. It was a quesadilla with carnitas. It wasn't very hot though. It was supposed to be hot, but it wasn't. Like Highway 58 is going to go right into that heavier rain there. Since the curves, I can see it going right into it. So I will be getting dumped on here before I even hit the next turn after this. Report of some roadway flooding on 58 just to get into Bakersfield. Okay. They don't, are they saying, is it on both sides of the interstate or any lane closures or anything that I might need to worry about? Texas and Oklahoma, that's Tornado Alley too. You would think we'd get more moisture here because we have the Pacific Ocean not too far away, and you know, a lot of storm systems should develop out off the coast and come on shore. But it doesn't actually work out that way. No lane closures, westbound side of Comanche. Alright, I'll watch for that. Yeah, I'm familiar with where Comanche is. It's over on the, yeah, kind of like you're saying, over on the east end there. Not too long after you get down from the bottom of the Hatchie Pass. drive zone coming up. Now, it's been a few months since I've been through here. Last time I came through here, it was open, but they still had the eastbound side closed, and they were crossing the eastbound side traffic over into the westbound number 1 lane. Until you got past the railroad tracks, or actually a few miles past the railroad tracks, and then they crossed back over. So we'll find out in a minute here if how much more progress that has been made on there. Junction, 7 miles. There's a Bakersfield's 104 miles out. I've done 23, so yeah, it is right in that kind of 125, 130 or so range from Barstow to Bakersfield. Very good job of securing your car, do you?
probably knew, before 2019 season, that he'd leave Patriots Pro Football Talk. Posted by Josh Alper on April 8, 2020, 9:14 a.m. EDT.
Sarah, I
Getty
guess
Images.
you already know about this.
Buccaneers quarterback Tom Brady's interview with Howard Stern on Wednesday got off to a rocky start thanks to a shaky Zoom connection, but they made a switch to a phone interview and things have been rolling along well since that point. The conversation has covered a lot of ground as it moved from his high school days through his time with the Patriots, including his decision to leave the team as a free agent this offseason. Brady said that he felt he accomplished everything he could during his time in New England and that he felt our time was coming to an end, heading into the 2019 season. I don't think there was a final decision until it happened. I would say I probably knew before the start of last season, Brady said on SiriusXM radio. While Brady was prepared to depart, the final cutting of the cord with the Patriots was still an emotional one. He told Stern that he cried while telling Patriots owner Robert Kraft in March that he would be leaving the team and said he still wants the team to do great. The caveat to those wishes for the Patriots was that he would want them to lose in a Super Bowl matchup with the Bucs that would be as hotly anticipated as any in NFL history. Share this. Click to share on Facebook, opens a new window. Click to share on Twitter, opens a new window. Click to email this to a friend, opens a new window. Click to print, opens a new window. Permalink 34 comments feed for comments back to top. Condrolo says. April 8, 2020 at 9:19 a.m.
Sarah, what kind of chatter are we getting on the radio? Probably wait till I get clear of the Kramer Junction. They're probably going to start picking up guys who are parked at the Pilot over here. Hey, Anthony. 1 mile away from 395, or Kramer Junction. We got it. That quesadilla coming back up. I ate it earlier today, several hours ago. I have difficulty getting the gas to come up on a side because the fact I don't have the thyroid. Droplets in there, really small ones. Anybody just tuning in, I'm westbound on California Highway 58, just crossed over US 395, or also known as Kramer Junction.
April 8, 2020 at 9:19 a.m. I had already mentioned that it was crystal clear that he was leaving, and he knew he was leaving long ago. Him saying that he probably knew before last season confirms that. Of course, I was downvoted for what seemed pretty obvious. My confusion is with all of the reporting. Since Brady decided to leave, he has been very open about the departure. Interview after interview, including this one, he has all but come out and said, "I wanted to leave the Patriots." But ever since the Super Bowl, every story was painting a picture of Tom wants to stay but Bill is forcing him out. Why did everyone try so hard to create that narrative, only for Brady himself to smash it to pieces in the aftermath? Tylospic6 says, April 8, 2020 at 9:21 a.m. Yeah, and he sabotaged the 2019 season as a result. Truth. Worst QB play I have seen from him. 2019, 2018, 2011, 2002, 2009 to be expected after missing a full season. Those are the worst seasons I have seen from him. Bodied says, April 8, 2020 at 9:28 a.m. Good that he's admitting it now. See, he acted like it all season. The only time he smiled was those halcyon few days in September with Antonio Brown. The rest of the time, he pouted after wins, he was passive-aggressive and he gave short and vague non-answers to pretty much every question. I think he realizes it, and that's the reason for the recent stream of "Remember the Good Times" social media posts. He knows many Pats fans lost some respect for him. Belichick dominated. Joe Montana says, April 8, 2020 at 9:33 a.m. Brady is the GOAT. But this will end horribly behind that disastrous O-line in Tampa. Did you have the weapons in New England? No. But you won 6 rings without top-notch weapons. Brady will really miss that O-line in New England. Obviously Andrews was out all last season. And he will miss Belichick's #1 defense based on points allowed per game. That Patriots defense held teams to under 17 points in 11 of 16 games. The times the defense needed Brady to bail them out, Brady was 0-5 last season. The Bucs will be looking to Brady to bail them out much more than Belichick's defense did in 2019, including Feb 2019 Super Bowl versus the Rams. All the best, Tom. Why I Love Football says, April 8, 2020 at 9:41 a.m. You have to respect Brady's belief in himself. Brady believes so strongly that he can be as great without Bill Belichick that he was willing to put his reputation and career stats on the line. Belichick probably believes Brady would never be as great without himself and his system, so Tom can walk if he wants to. At this point, the story has yet to unfold, but I have to pick Tom Brady as having the best chance out of the two teams to appear in the 2020 Super Bowl. The Patriots, however, well, good luck. Yinzersuck says, April 8, 2020 at 9:43 a.m. Old Stern would have asked epic questions about Giselle. This interview will focus more on Brady's latest haircut. Sigh. SK Mad 2014 says, April 8, 2020 at 9:54 a.m. Nay isn't making the Super Bowl, maybe not even the playoffs next season, if there is one. Jason's81 says, April 8, 2020 at 10:02 a.m. Yeah, and he sabotaged the 2019 season as a result. If winning your division and being the #3 seed in the playoffs is sabotaging your season, then he's doing it wrong. You Pats fans need to understand you're not going to win the SB every year. Crush22 says, April 8, 2020 at 10:13 a.m.
I don't get that logic.
He's going to resign. Tilda every Patsy fan before March 2020. Ike Clanton says, April 8, 2020 at 10:19 a.m. He knew it last August when they lowballed him and then never revisited the offer. He knew where he stood, and that's absolutely okay given his age. The Patriots do not pay on past performance, even when it's Tom Brady. He's free to make as much as the market was willing to offer, and see what he can do in a new environment. His tremendous legacy is intact as arguably the best to ever suit up in the NFL. Nothing wrong with it for the Pats, or the Bucs, or the league. Chicken Salad 43 says, April 8, 2020 at 10:27 a.m. Bill Belichick is such an overrated roster builder. Their offensive skill position players are terrible. Sony Michel. Seriously. It's amazing Brady was able to carry them to the playoffs last year at his age. The Patriots honestly might have a bottom 5 roster talent-wise right now, and they are going to be exposed without Brady this year. No question they finish under
Interesting.
.500 this season. It's gonna be a reality check for Pats fans. Savatheeves says, April 8, 2020 at 10:29 a.m.
I've seen that Patrick
Han
Clark
Brolo
truck
says,
before.
April 8, 2020 at 9:19 a.m. I had already mentioned that it was crystal clear that he was leaving, and he knew he was leaving long ago. Him saying that he probably knew before last season confirms that. Of course, I was downvoted for what seemed pretty obvious. My confusion is with all of the reporting. Since Brady decided to leave, he has been very open about the departure. Interview after interview, including this one, he has all but come out and said, I wanted to leave the Patriots. But ever since the Super Bowl, every story was painting a picture of Tom wants to stay but Bill is forcing him out. Why did everyone try so hard to create that narrative only for Brady himself to smash it to pieces in the aftermath? He's trying to save face here. He would have been back if the BB wanted him back and was willing to pay him like it. Savatheeves says, April 8, 2020 at 10:30 a.m. Jason's81 says, April 8, 2020 at 10:02 a.m. Yeah, and he sabotaged the 2019 season as a result. If winning your division and being the number 3 seed in the playoffs is sabotaging your season, then he's doing it wrong. You Pats fans need to understand you're not going to win the SB every year. In fact, it's gonna be a lot of years before they get another one. Stidham, Hoyer ain't gonna get you there. Who changes for the children 30 says, April 8, 2020 at 10:31 a.m. To the Browski that said the Bucs line is terrible, PFF had them as top 10 in pass protection, and that is on top of Jameis holding the ball way too long. What do you think they'd be with someone that makes quick reads and gets the ball out of his hands? Their line is fine, especially once they get one of the best tackles in draft. Patriot Maliorgi says, April 8, 2020 at 10:32 a.m. He knew the defense couldn't carry him versus the Chiefs. So he ran to the NFC. William Lee says, April 8, 2020 at 10:40 a.m. But this will end horribly behind that disastrous O-line in Tampa. Belichick dominated Joe Montana. Number 1, just imagine Super Chief Belichick to build an offense without a QB who has the skills to turn slot receivers into playmakers. Number 2, just imagine Super Chief Belichick to build an offense without a QB who needs only 3 seconds in pocket. Number 3, just imagine that Belichick's defense doesn't get help from offense anymore, like no more scoring 17 points in first half, like no more playing only 27 minutes, like no more good field positions. Brady always got couple of first downs even when he struggled. Number 4, just imagine that in those close games when he needs his QB to score a TD or a FG in last 2 minutes. Those are the problems for every coach, but not for Belichick because he had Tom Brady. Now no QB or receiver or defenders will take pay cut to join Pats, and Belichick couldn't put together a stable offense even with the pay cut from Brady. Belichick will be exposed. TCastX says, April 8, 2020 at 10:43 a.m. Super Bowl matchup with the Bucs. Okay, calm down. William Lee says, April 8, 2020 at 10:45 a.m. But this will end horribly behind that disastrous O-line in Tampa. This is typical comment from clueless fans. Every line can protect a QB who gets rid of balls within 3 seconds. It is all about if Brady is able to find receivers to throw to within 3 seconds. With the talents Bucs have, that should be problem, and Bucs line will be among top 5 next season. William Lee says, April 8, 2020 at 10:49 a.m.
Sound like
He knew the defense couldn't carry him versus the... Should you buy stocks now or wait? Here's Buffett's advice. The Motley Fool. Probably one of the most common questions on many investors' minds right now is whether they should buy stocks today or wait. After all, the S&P 500 is down 21% from recent highs. Is this a buying opportunity, or is there more pain to come? More specifically, investors are likely wondering if the market has officially bottomed out or not. To this end, though the S&P 500 was down more than 30% at one point in March, it has rebounded 20% since then. What should investors do? Buy the dip now or wait for a possible bigger drop? These are good questions and fair concerns. To find answers, why not turn to one of the greatest investors of all time, Warren Buffett? The Oracle of Omaha has not only survived many downturns, but he's doubled the market's average annual compounded rate of return since 1965. Here's Buffett's advice for a stock market crash. Image source, Getty Images. Don't try to time the bottom. While Buffett may be nicknamed the Oracle of Omaha, he's always been quick to admit that timing the market is a fool's errand, even for himself. I make no attempt to forecast the market. My efforts are devoted to finding undervalued securities, the Berkshire Hathaway, NYSE, BRK, NYSE, BRK, chairman and CEO has said. Buffett has taken this stance even further, implying in Berkshire's 1992 shareholder letter that near-term market forecasts can be poison for investors. We've long felt that the only value of stock forecasters is to make fortune tellers look good. Even now, Charlie, Munger, and I continue to believe that short-term market forecasts are poison and should be kept locked up in a safe place, away from children and also from grown-ups who behave in the market like children. In other words, instead of focusing his energy on timing the market, Buffett devotes his efforts to finding great businesses at good prices. If we think a business is attractive, it would be very foolish for us to not take action on that because we thought something about what the market was going to do, Buffett said during the company's 1994 shareholder meeting. If you're right about the businesses, you'll end up doing fine. It's Buffett's skill at finding undervalued high-quality businesses that has earned him the nickname Oracle of Omaha, not his ability to time the market. Further, his decision to avoid timing the market has likely aided his stock-picking prowess. Don't waste a good buying opportunity. One of the biggest problems with investors making market timing a key part of their investment strategy is that it can result in missing out on opportunities to buy stocks at lower prices while they are busy trying to predict the bottom of a market sell-off. Since predicting the bottom of a downturn is so difficult, if not impossible, the best way for investors to take advantage of these opportunities is to simply be a net buyer of stocks over time, particularly when stocks of quality companies go down in price.
Exactly.
Warren Buffett. Image source, The Motley Fool. When asked in February about the market declining amid coronavirus concerns, Buffett said, "That's good for us actually. We're a net buyer of stocks over time." He went on to compare it to how consumers view prices of food. Just like being a net buyer of food, I expect to buy food the rest of my life, and I hope that food goes down in price tomorrow. He concluded, when stocks go down, we're going to advise investors to try to predict a bottom before they start buying stocks. He does clearly assert that downturns are opportunities to buy. A market downturn doesn't bother us. It is an opportunity to increase our ownership of great companies with great management at good prices, Buffett has said. Of course, another sage word of advice for times like these is one of Buffett's most famous lines of all: be fearful when others are greedy and greedy when others are fearful. So, if you're an investor in it, you will spend your for under to buy continue buying more aggressively as the market falls. Get in the game and stay in it.
Everybody else.
Probably the biggest takeaway from Buffett's discussions on market crashes and market timing is simply this: be a net buyer of stocks and stay invested for the long haul. Consider Buffett's observation on investing in Berkshire's 2012 shareholder letter. Since the basic game is so favorable, Charlie and I believe it's a terrible mistake to try to dance in and out of it based upon the turn of tarot cards, the predictions of experts, or the ebb and flow of business activity. The risks of being out of the game are huge compared to the risks of being in it. Investors risk doing greater damage than good to their portfolio by timing the market. Instead, follow Buffett's tried and true method of buying, holding, and adding to stocks over time. So, should investors buy stocks now or wait? With the S&P 500 down 21% from recent highs, there are likely more good deals in the stock market today than there were in mid-February.
Is that a purple truck there?
Investors, therefore, should keep buying, whether this proves to be the bottom or not. Over the long haul, investing during downturns like this can provide a nice boost to investment returns. Article 108 of 112. San Bernardino County requires residents wear face covering when leaving home. Borders electronic only.
Okay. Just like he was saying there, when stock prices are down like they are, that's time to just be buying up whatever you can afford to buy up. Because it's going to bounce fast when it does. Indexes always move upward over the course of time, over a longer time period. So they come down in price, it's always a good time to buy. Might take a couple of years or whatever for it to really take off or completely recover, but it will do it eventually. And you are going to get some good gains out of it in return. Claymine Road. And the S&P 500 has recovered about 10% of its lost value in the last 3 days, so that's one of those examples. It'll bounce fast when it does. Now, we will eventually find some earnings-based resistance in the coming months, but yeah, it will recover eventually. I assume you're talking about here in Boron. Now, I guess it was supposed to be a big city. I assume because of the Borax plant and also because of Edwards Air Force Base. They probably backed out of it for a good reason, too. What's up, sniper? Mojave, 17 miles out. Tehachapi, 37. Bakersfield, 75. Mile marker 129. 50 miles so far. Is that another purple truck coming at us or a black one? I don't know. Maybe blue, I don't know. Hard to tell. Dark blue, okay.
San Bernardino County requires residents wear face covering when leaving home, orders electronic-only religious services, KTLA. Local news. By Tracy Bloom, Alina Abobian. Posted, April 7, 2020, 04:29 p.m. PDT, updated, April 8, 2020, 09:14 a.m. PDT. San Bernardino County on Tuesday mandated residents cover their faces when leaving home while also ordering all faith-based services be conducted online as officials ramped up attempts to tamp down the spread of the novel coronavirus. The formal orders go into effect at midnight and were issued as the county reported a total of 530 confirmed cases of COVID-19, with 16 deaths linked to the virus. Whenever residents leave home, they must cover their mouth and nose with something that secures to the ears or back of the head, according to a news release from the county. Bandanas and handkerchiefs, neck gaiters and a homemade cloth with ear loop covers were listed as acceptable examples of a face covering. However, people should avoid using N95 and surgical masks, which are in short supply and desperately needed for healthcare workers and emergency responders. Similar orders are in place elsewhere in California, including neighboring Riverside County. Nationally, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has recommended people cover their face when leaving home. Officials continue to remind the public that facial coverings are an additive preventive measure and not a replacement for strict physical distancing and stay-at-home measures. Staying home, practicing social distancing and frequent hand washing are far more effective ways to combat the spread of COVID-19, and face coverings are not a substitute for those practices, said Dr. Aaron Gustafson, the county's acting public health officer. With holidays like Easter and Passover coming up, San Bernardino County officials also said that religious services may only be held electronically through streaming or online technology, according to the release. Residents should not leave home for driving parades or drive-up services, officials said. They also can't go out to pick up pre-packaged Easter eggs, bags filled with candy or toys at a drive-through location because those items have been deemed non-essential, the release stated. We understand that this is an important time for Christians around the world and it is natural to want to worship and celebrate with our families, Board of Supervisors Chairman Kurt Hagerman said. Right now, however, is a critical time for our country and our community. We can still celebrate this time from the safety of our individual homes while we help flatten the curve and save lives. Home-based worshiping and activities such as Easter egg hunts are encouraged by the county, but should be limited to immediate household members inside a home or in a residential backyard, according to the release. Those who violate the order could face a fine of up to $1,000 or as many as 90 days imprisonment, or both, officials warned. The full order can be viewed here. Sheriff, Riverside County residents can be fined, jailed for ignoring order to wear masks. Video. Close modal. Suggest a correction. Your name, required. Your email, required. Report a typo or grammatical error, required. Submit. Suggest a correction. Article 109 of 112. The mayor ordered police to crack down on social gatherings. They found his wife at a bar. CNN, a mayor in Illinois pleaded with residents last week to follow the state's stay-at-home order. After officers reported that people were continuing to defy the rules, the mayor said he had directed the city's police department to use its discretion in issuing citations and arrests.
Hey, Brian.
These are very serious times and I'm begging you to please stay at home, Brant Walker, mayor of Alton, Illinois, said in a briefing on Friday. Less than 48 hours later, police broke up a gathering at Hiram's Tavern in downtown Alton. Among those in attendance, Walker's wife. Walker announced in a statement on Monday that police had investigated and stopped a social gathering in violation of Illinois' statewide order around 1 a.m. on Sunday. He said police also informed him that his wife was there. I instructed the police chief to treat her as he would any citizen violating that stay-at-home order and to ensure that she received no special treatment, Walker's statement read. Read more. These states have implemented stay-at-home orders. Here's what that means for you. Illinois' stay-at-home order prohibits all public and private gatherings of any number of people outside a single household or living unit. The Alton Police Department said in a press release it had received several complaints that the tavern was continuing to operate on weekends.
Don't want you camping out near me, especially
Officers
on a wet
found
road.
no unauthorized activity until Sunday when several individuals were located inside Hiram's Tavern in an area outside public view, clearly disregarding the executive order and public pleas for compliance, according to the release. Alton Police confirmed to CNN that officers issued a criminal complaint for reckless conduct, a class A misdemeanor charge punishable by up to 364 days in jail and/or a fine of $2,500 to everyone who had gathered at the bar. The mayor said in his statement that he was embarrassed by his wife's actions. My wife is an adult capable of making her own decisions, and in this instance she exhibited a stunning lack of judgment, Walker said. She now faces the same consequences for her ill-advised decision as the other individuals who chose to violate the stay-at-home order during this incident. I am embarrassed by this incident and apologize to the citizens of Alton for any embarrassment this incident may cause our city, he added. CNN has reached out to Walker's office for further comment.
2 purple trucks on the road.
Alton is about 25 miles from St. Louis, Missouri, and has a population of 26,000.
Alright. So Alistair, you're saying that I'm a bad influence, huh? Wasn't me. Right after Lisa goes to bed, I started seeing all the purple trucks come out. Keep telling her it always works out that way. As soon as she goes offline, I start seeing the purple trucks that she likes. It's going to be at least 4 hours. Let's say about 4.5 hour drive because I'm not a speeder. I'm doing like 58 or so, and that's pretty much what I'll do all the way up. And of course, the Tehachapi Mountains are going to slow me down a little bit. Expecting I'll be there around 2200 local time or 0100 Eastern or midnight for your ass, Carl. Good amount of truck traffic today. I was seeing a lot of it on I-15 today when I was in my personal vehicle, going to and from basically where my truck is and where my wife's friend lives. Eight miles from Mojave. For anybody tuning in more recently, you're curious where exactly I'm at. I'm westbound on California Highway 58. I'm not too far east of Mojave, California, where there's an airport here with where a lot of aircraft get stored long term. And also have a big, huge wind turbine farm over here up in the Tehachapi Mountains just west of Mojave. Here today. Yesterday was 86 and today was 60. or the winds. I hope it's the temps. Arvin is over on the southeast side of Bakersfield, so still better part of an hour out from Arvin, maybe a little bit less, as I'm still about 65 or so out from Bakersfield. And Arvin, there's a cutoff to get to Arvin right here off of 58. How far would I say? About 10 or so miles east of Highway 99. But you could be right. I always forget that one. Yeah, 220. I want to say it's 223. Maybe it is 233. It comes off of 58 and then it pretty much goes straight across to the west over to Highway 99, and you can even take it all the way out to I-5. It's one of the ways I would sometimes go when, say, if I had a pickup in Santa Maria, over by the Pacific Ocean, sometimes pick up there, and then I'd take Highway 166 across from there over to, basically over to I-5, and then I'd cut across, kind of through, like 223 or whatever, to get up to Highway 58, if I didn't want to deal with I-10 or 210, whatever. Mojave, next 3 exits. Yeah, I've been to several Grimway Farms plants over there in that area, Arvin and Bakersfield. There's another purple tractor right there. So it's at least 4 purple trucks I've seen since Lisa went offline. And it's funny, it's like you're saying, there's always carrots too. One time I picked up right here off of Highway 58. What was the place? I can't remember if it was the Grimway Farms plant or something. I want to say it was Grimway Farms. And I thought I saw the fruit trucks bringing in, or the produce trucks bringing in carrots, or at least remains of carrots all over the place there. But when I picked the load up that I was picking up, it was something else. I can't remember what it was. I want to say drinks or something. Alright, passing by where I can see Mojave Airport right over here to the left. Yeah, I see it. I don't know, I wouldn't say there's a huge number of airplanes over there, but there are a good number over there, but it doesn't look completely crowded, I'd say. Before much within the next few miles. If you're looking on a map, you'll have an idea where I'm at. Basically just passing by the north end of the Mojave area right now. Big City sounds good. down by the Mexican border. Over there toward McAllen, if I remember right, up in that direction. Hey James, how's it going? Crossing under Highway 14 right now. We'll start working our way up the east side of the Tehachapi Pass in a second here, and then got the Tehachapi Way Station up here as well. We'll get lucky and it'll be closed. Perfect timing transportation. Springfield, Missouri. Where do some of these people come up with their company names? That sounds like it came out of a freaking video game or something. For that next time I'm there. For a good time, call me. Now, what's going on over here on this side road? Cop there. I don't see any other traffic over there though. Can't tell if anyone's in the ditch there or not. I just see the cop there with the lights on. Talking about the Maverick gas stations that also sometimes have truck fuel and truck parking. Hey, what's up, Eric? Eric, did you get a load assignment yet? Or because I saw earlier it looked like you were still in Colorado. Couldn't tell if you'd moved though. I didn't know the name of the town that it said you were in. And if you're talking about the Maverick gas stations, yeah, I like stopping there. It's a good company. They don't have showers, but good little company, and they tend to have good fuel prices. I actually like stopping at their places. In fact, the Maverick in Winslow, Arizona, or in Holbrook, Arizona, those are two locations I frequently like to get fuel from. Maverick Transportation. Okay, I know they're a flatbed company. I don't know a heck of a lot about them. They don't do flatbed. I know their trucks are a little on the slower side, but from what I've seen online, with social media conversations, I know people when they say they want to get their CDL and they want to do flatbed, it's not unusual where people recommend Maverick. So I'm guessing they're not that bad. I can't really give any kind of opinion about them because I don't really know anything at all about them, other than the fact that they're pretty much exclusively station a mile ahead. To Chillicothe after losing a load to a lack of tarps, huh? So does that mean you're gonna have to go get tarps so you don't get denied a load like that again, or? Alright, this way station is open, so it's a pretty strong chance I'm gonna get red lighted and pulled in. Yep, it's red, so I gotta go in. KLM bought out Maverick, the reefer division. Okay, I didn't know that. Didn't even know Maverick had a reefer division. They must have realized it's just they don't like doing reefer, or maybe just not as not so great with it or something. Because there are companies out there who have a stronger background on a certain type of freight and realize they're just maybe in over their head with other parts of the industry because they just don't know it well enough. Actually, Riverside Transport, what is that? Riverside Transport or whatever it's called, RTI. You know, we're based out of I think Kansas City, if I remember right. They actually started to have a reefer division, and they got an agreement with some other guy, if I remember right, someone who actually has reefer experience, because our RTI, I guess, didn't, you know, they don't know the reefer industry, because they're more of a dry van company. So they got a deal going with this guy, would basically build up a reefer division for them, you know, someone who actually has reefer background, and you know, some kind of arrangement there where he'd kind of manage the reefer side. Trying to climb these mountains here, go hiking up them. word to the wise, when you do get your CDLs and you go through weigh stations, always have your window down, at least your driver's side window, if not both. Have your radio turned off or down, whatever, and then have your CB down as well. Because there are times where the weighmaster, the scale master, whatever, might need to communicate with you, and they use a loudspeaker out there when they do it. And you have to be able to hear the instruction. And once in a while, you actually will hear them say something to you, like, I got a chippy coming up, getting ready to pass me now. I don't know, that's a chippy. That might be a county sheriff or something. Or city police. That's Kern County Sheriff. Okay. Lost momentum trying to check up and let them go by me before I try to pass England. Bad guy and snitch out people for being unsafe idiots. Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do, though. Two had to be fixed on previous shifts, and then that Cameron Road, and I'm less than 10 miles away from the infamous Loves that Beach is talking about. That is at exit 151, I think, if I remember right. So it's 8 miles away from here. Okay, James. So, is flatbed what you want to do, James? Because if that's the case, and I haven't seen him around recently, but Jamie Good. He's been kind of on here off and on a little bit lately, but usually he comes on and watches me in the middle of the night, if at all. He does flatbed, and he likes to watch me because he wants to get an idea of what the reefer industry is like before he decides whether or not to switch over from flatbed to reefer himself. If you want insights into flatbed in general, I think he'd be a good person to talk to. I don't know. Come on, car, get money. Hurry up. I'm not going to wait forever for you guys to go by. Yeah, windows are getting fogged up. I think I've heard of that TCM company or whatever the hell it is, TMC or that Transporter Freight or whatever the hell they're called. Kind of Gestapo, okay. Systems Transport up in Spokane, Washington. I'm getting snowed on here, it looks like. Yeah, that's a snow falling on me right here. About 36-degree weather. It's snow flurries, I would call it. What kind of driver Systems Transport hires, so I don't know if they hire like new, inexperienced drivers at all, or if they have any kind of a training program or Maverick, but I'm trying to remember. I keep wanting to say there's another flatbed company that starts with an M as well, but I'm drawing a blank on that. And being a door sweeper. But I don't think that's for everybody, that's for sure. We definitely have a different way of doing things there with bull hauling. You gotta be extra careful with those because you're hauling live animals and the animals actually move, they shift your weight. Getting my side window fogged enough. I can't really see through my mirrors so well because of it. I'm waiting for it to clear off. Fort Smith, Arkansas. Well, who's the one in Little Rock? That's over on the east side of Little Rock. I forget. That's a flatbed company. It's it's a company with the Burgundy trucks or whatever. And you're in North Carolina, I think you said. Now say what you want about them. Now if you can handle reefer freight, from North Carolina, it's don't completely discount the idea of going to CR England because they have dedicated accounts with all of the Smithfield plants out there, like in Tar Heel and in Smithfield, North Carolina, and then a couple others over there. And the dedicated fleet side of CR England is different from the OTR side. Everybody who talks shit about England usually is talking about the OTR side. Make no mistake about it, the pay does suck when you first start. But when you get into a dedicated account fleet, it's you tend to get more experienced drivers who are actually willing to stay there longer too in those fleets. Won't make you a lot of money, but at least makes okay to decent money, I guess. Depending on what your needs are. Yeah, CR England flatbeds, the only thing they do is, well actually they got two things they do now. It's mostly all pods, containers that they haul. And then they have a newer fleet that just opened up within the last year that they do Weyerhaeuser loads. A Weyerhaeuser is a REIT company, real estate investment trust. Now, yeah, and with England, if you can get into their pods fleet, and it's hard to get into because I understand they only have like 60 to 70 full-time drivers in that fleet, and I hear they got a really awesome fleet manager or account manager in that one, and everybody I know who's in that fleet permanently freaking loves it in there. Loves that fleet. And then when they have surges during the summer months, they'll have a handful, a number of other drivers. They'll give them a try, in that fleet over the summer months, and then when they dive back down to the normal ops tempo, they usually keep the 60 or so, whatever it is, best drivers that they have, and the rest of them go back to OTR or to some other dedicated fleet. Yeah, it's a new one that just started. Weyerhaeuser, I think it's, where was it? I think up here in the Bay Area or somewhere over here in the Pacific Coast. I can't remember where exactly. can't remember if it's the Bay Area or up in Oregon or whatever, but you know, I want to say the Bay Area. But my understanding is they do flatbed in that, with that fleet also. I don't know if they're still doing it. I think I have seen a couple of times where I've seen in England pulling a flatbed that was not loaded with pods containers and actually had something else on it. And if you see it, it's almost a guarantee it's from that Weyerhaeuser fleet. Yeah, logging and paper. Yeah, I think that's. I want to say it was Weyerhaeuser. It's when it was a REIT company. I know it was an S&P 500 company that I'm familiar with. Who is it? Maybe I don't know. It might be Weyerhaeuser, or maybe I'm mixing up what their industry is. California's not that bad. Okay, it's not so great, but then again, I live here, so I have sentimental and other reasons to want to be here. Used to trade tons of Weyerhaeuser for Deutsche Bank. Yeah, Weyerhaeuser is a S&P 500 stock too. It's been a while since because I still keep up with some of the Sierra England stuff that goes on, and I've not seen anybody talk about that fleet at all. But I mean, not recently, but I remember when they first stood it up. I guess someone had talked about how they saw in England pulling a flatbed that had something other than pods containers, and somebody else had answered that it was a new dedicated fleet that had just started, like within the last month at the time. But that's been about at least a good year so far since I saw that. Change the speed limit and the fuel prices. Get rid of that stupid fuel tax that they have. It's way too much. My stop in Lake Havasu City earlier this morning is exactly an example of that. Where I stopped in Lake Havasu City and maxed out my tanks just so I would not have to buy any fuel in California. Once you come into California, it's usually about 40 to 50 cents more per gallon than it is over in western Arizona or Nevada. Got some snow sticking to the tops of the mountains up here. Check up on that assembly bill you pointed out to me, Eric. I can't remember the bill number. Wasn't it like 1999 or something like that? Because I remember the other one, the first one that came out, AB 172. I meant to check on that one you told me about a while back earlier today, and I forgot. I don't remember that bill number for it. Hey, Linda. For some reason, like 1999 or some crap like that, it's sticking in my head, but I don't know if that's right. I might just have to Google for it. See if I can come up with it. Or actually, I can go through the chat history for us, and because I think that's where you sent it to me. I don't remember if you sent it to me by text or by messenger. I can pull it up through there later on. There's a JCT going the other way. Busy watching the road surface though at the time he went by. Let's see, we got wide open over here. Nobody coming up behind me at all. Which is nice because I'm not used to seeing the traffic this light going this way. You have to pay for your own skill tickets at Western? That's weird. The hell's up with that? So how are your loads usually pretty heavy so far, Eric? Want to say that last load you had, I remember you saying something about it being like 46,000 or something like that. Maybe I heard, maybe I mixed, maybe I'm forgetting. Damn it. Too soft, you piece of shit. About the Kenworth dealer in Oklahoma City, if I remember right. I'm not sure you were online at the time after I got over there, but I want to say thank you very much for that information because I was able to save at least a good couple $100 by getting the part myself from there, and then ended up right after I left there, my truck overheated. And I had to go over to the Petro right there in Oklahoma City to get it replaced. And the guy at Petro was telling me if they have to do a parts run, they'll do it. They'll end up getting it and charging an 85% markup for the part. So I ended up getting the part for just under $300. And had I had to get them to do that parts run for me, I would have been paying over $500. Then I would have been having to wait for them to go get the part. And it wouldn't have been a guarantee that they had gotten the right part in the first place. But the fact that I took the time to go there because of your advice, I was able to make sure I got the right part and get it for a better price than what I would have had to pay otherwise. Okay, so it is AB1 on 1999 then. I thought that's what it was, but I wasn't completely certain. Okay, yeah, I remember that last load you had was that overlength one, where I remember you were stopped and had to wait for your oversized permits to come in before you could go into the next state or whatever. First load was 36 to 37,000 pounds. That's not heavy at all on a flatbed. flatbed, it's God, that's got to be several thousand pounds less than a reefer trailer. I mean, 37 to 38, of course, as you know, is starting to get on the heavy side, but not that heavy. Yeah, that'll get you over 70,000 pound gross weight, but not a hell of a lot over. So I imagine on a flatbed at 37, 38, probably barely like 65,000 pounds or some crap. 65, 66 perhaps, maybe 67, I don't know. Sure, that's not too bad at all. You heard also the JCT ended up laying off some people recently. I don't know the full extent of who got laid off. I know Jared Inslee, the Pacific Northwest planner, was one of them though. Which that sucks because I have you're allowed 40,000 on the trailer. Which DM was yours, Eric? Was that Tyler? Tyler Cornwall or somebody else? I forget. Because I thought I heard Tyler got laid off. So I'm not sure what's going on there. That makes me wonder if it's because it's an industry-wide issue, or they're having other problems that are causing them to have to do that. But and basically, I think I heard it was pretty much anybody who hasn't been there at least 2 years can. So everybody who's been there at least a couple of years is still there. Oh, Jake Hall, okay. It's nothing to do with a more systemic industry problem or a company management problem. Then that's at least comforting to know. Hopefully all those guys will maybe get their jobs back once the whole thing blows over. Degrees now, it's warmed up a bit. Bill Davis Trucking, I've seen him around. Alright, Meech, I think the Arvin cutoff's coming up right on the other side of this hill. Going down a grade over here, and then the turnoff for 223 is right there. What is this play? Not Keene, but General Bill Road or whatever the hell it is. I think it's coming up. idea where he was at. Because there were a couple of guys over there on that side. I don't remember who was who. I want to say one of them was like Gage and the other one was Jake or something like that. I don't remember who was who though. Yeah, in highway, in freeway, half a mile. That's because that 223 cut off. I can't really call it a freeway because it's I need to drop down to lower gear because I'm using my brakes more than I want to be using them. Get down into 8th gear so I don't have to touch my service brakes. Double overturned right here when I went through, okay, or where you went through, whatever. Wind flipped 2 trucks on the eastbound side. Yeah, that happens a fair amount here. Still keep running faster than me so I can have more space here. Now, I've been to a couple of places over here in Arvin, a couple others in Bakersfield. In between 99 and 5. Those were all carrot loads. And then I had another one over here off what's that other highway over here? The one where the Flyer truck stop is, whatever. That same exit there, you go to the opposite side of the freeway and then turn left up the road there and go down the road there. There's another Grimway Farms over there that I picked up a load of I want to say it was like juices or something. I don't remember what it was. I went there expecting that I'd be picking up carrots, and then I find out it's something totally different. On each of the trailer axles. Turlock Dairy is actually where this it's before we get to Weed Patch Highway. Okay, it's no longer in the CHP report. That's good. Double check, but at least I have at least I know to be extra observant for it when I get in that area. $121, okay, yeah, it's coming up pretty quickly. That last exit was 127. Yeah, I think this next exit might be it. Yeah, I've actually used Comanche Drive before, like when I've done pickups and all those Grimway Farms plants down there. Sometimes I would take Comanche Road up to, up here to 58 instead of 223. I got a JCT coming the other way, black Freightliner. .3911 Alpha. Including me, to teach you how to drive. I got my life to live, and I got money to make and family to take care of. If you want to learn how to drive, get your damn your CLP and go to CDL school. You need to stop asking everybody on the planet to teach you how to drive. It's not that hard to get into CDL school. It's just get your CLP, pass the written test, and go do it. They're going to be driving with me as a team, and I'm not team driving this truck. Alright, Comanche Drive, 1 mile away. If you ask every one of us how we got our own CDLs, because you've asked me, you've asked Eric, you've asked Cody, you've asked several other people to help you get your CDL. Ask every one of us how we got our own CDLs. Go to CDL school. Go to a mega company if you have to. It doesn't matter. You can get your CDL through there. Go through a mega company, you don't even have to pay a dime for it. Just get through the training, get your CDL in hand, and then drive for them for whatever their contract length of time is, and you're good. Yeah, I think that's true, Argyles. myself a lot more than the average truck driver does. Because I actually double clutch. Yeah, it was a little anticlimactic, wasn't it? Really nothing at all there. Burning clutch would be the new air freshener. Yeah, let's not. Burning clutch smells like burning rubber or burning brakes in a way to me. And I kind of like not having to get it replaced. It's a little expensive. Well, in my car I can do it myself. It's a laborer's job, but it can be done in a handful of hours. Especially if you're proficient with the job, but on a truck it's more involved. Alright, Tara, nothing to worry about on 99 as of right now. It's good to know. Appreciate it. 119 Edison Road coming about ready to pass it here. Yeah, I got Weed Patch Highway coming up very soon. I want to say it's 116, 117, something like that. Yeah, it is brakes that a burning clutch smells like, doesn't it? Once in a while, I used to overheat the clutch on my STI. When I had to in certain situations, I didn't have a habit of being hard on the clutch. It just when I was in a certain traffic area where I needed to get on the road, out in front of traffic that's already on it, and get up to speed quickly. That's the only time I would do it, and that was only because the car has a turbocharger, and you would get turbo lag below 3,000 RPM. So I would usually rev the engine a little higher and then kind of ride the clutch out a little bit, a little more slowly than I'm doing. I guess basically I'd rev the engine up higher so it stays up in that 3,000 RPM range as I'm bringing the clutch out, so I can overcome that turbo the turbo drag. Turbo lag, I should say. I mean, aside from that, though, yeah, I would just drive it like a normal car most of the time at the start. And man, that car could take off like a rocket. The first gear, you're not even in it very long at all, and that car had what was 0 to 60 of what was it? I think 4.8, something like that. 4 point something, I can't remember the exact time. I want to say 4.8. And then 13-second quarter mile. Didn't have a very high trap speed because it's not designed for that kind of, probably not designed for that. It's designed more for rally racing. Faster to take 25 north to 225 to 70. Go south on 25 and take 40. You're going from Pueblo to trying to remember where you sit. Where are you going again? Where's the other the receiving end of it again? I forget. Chillicothe, that's right. Yeah, that's a tough one because about these off US 36. Man. I would think 70 might be a little closer. I mean, I could be wrong though. I would think maybe I'd have to look on the map to be sure, but I'm kind of in my head. I'm thinking the 25 to 225 to 70 route, and then of course I-35 up from Kansas City, and then US 36 across from there. Even 7 o'clock here yet. It's a 60-mile-an-hour zone, but there's nobody around, and hey, nobody is sitting there and watch you. No other traffic around you. Screw it. Just do whatever speed your truck can do. Now, I wouldn't take it to 287 and then up to 70, because then you're backtracking up toward Lyman. Because when from Boise City to Lyman, it's more of a north-northwest direction, and he's trying to go east. I would definitely not go that way. Not me personally. 50 is a good route, but I would take 50 all the way out to Emporia, and then take I-35 up to all the way up through Kansas City and up to US 36, and then come up from there. Go across from there. Might work too. to. Personally, I'd rather be able to look at a map to double check what I'm dealing with, what I'm looking at, before I can really give you a good answer to what I would personally do if it was me going taking that route. So once I get to Turlock and get shut down, I don't know if you'll still be awake by then. If not, we can hook up later. I can let you know, or I can message you or whatever works better for you by that time, and give you an answer on what I think might be better. But I think a good argument can be made for taking 50 all the way across to Emporia and then 35 to US 36. Buenos tardes, Juan Francisco. Son las 7 aquí. I'm staying left. I don't care if you guys don't like it. Because that lane's in it, and I'm not going to deal with you guys being assholes and not letting me over. I can be the asshole and make you guys merge with me instead. California Highway 99 now. We're in Bakersfield, California. Just got on from Highway 58. Okay, I think it's exit 213 where Main Street in Turlock is, if I remember correctly. So it's going to be the better part of about a 190-mile trip from here. Yeah, I've done 128. It should be, that should be about right. It's not too far north of Livingston. It should be a little over a 3-hour drive. So it's going to be a little after 10 o'clock tonight when I get there, but not too late after that. Denver might not be too bad with all this COVID-19 shit going on. I don't know for sure, but yeah, you can also take, I think, 380 down. I think that's 380. I think 380 you can hit right there in Pueblo, if I remember right, and then take that over to 50, and then take 50 across from there. I'll give you a good answer later tonight, though. Just let me know on either here or on text or Facebook, whatever you want to do. Let me know when you're going to bed, and that way, when I'm done driving, that way I don't disturb you if you're already asleep, and then I can just message you back or whatever. However, I'll let you know which way I would consider going if it was me doing that route. To your favorite place. Which place is that, Eric? Esperando que se encuentre en salidos y bendiciones. Acá son las 9. Monterrey, Nuevo León. Oh, that's right. It's what is it? Sud de Laredo, correcto? Tulare, okay. Yeah, I don't mind. I like stopping there too. Never any construction here. here that you don't tend to see in other states is construction going on even in the winter months. Across the 287 to 40 east, 40 or so miles north on 287. 96, I'm trying to remember that one. Were you picking up 287 in Kit Carson? That's getting further up toward I-70 if I remember right. Traffic here. I love this. Of course, it probably helps that it's 7 p.m. now, but still, it's definitely a lot lighter than I'm used to seeing here, even at this hour. Exit 30, Porterville, Highway 65 northbound. Yeah, it should take. Definitely just not much more than 3 hours from here. I think maybe 2205, maybe 2210, based on the fact that I'm going just a little bit slower than 60. Resource too, because he has what was it, I think like 15 years of OTR experience as well. Getting ready to answer now. What's up, man? What it is, yo? Ah, okay. Yeah. Okay. 40 and 287 meet up. Because I know Kit Carson is getting, starting to get up there a little further up north, like past Eads and all that, if I remember right. Okay. Yeah, I'll take a look at that. I'm curious. Yeah, I was just telling him on the feed too, because from memory, you had like 15 years of OTR before you started doing what you're doing now, right? Yeah. Yeah, and I really don't have much of any experience to speak of with I-25 particularly, because there's just not really much there at all for reefer in general. It's not. Let me ask him if because he might still be on there. It looks like it might be buffering though, so I don't know if he'll be able to hear me. But Eric, if you're still able to hear me, I don't know if you can because I think it's buffering. Let me know where about in Pueblo you were at, or where's your shipper. And Carl wants to know. He's talking about exit 100 there in Pueblo. You can use to take basically US 50 over to Highway 96. Yeah, that's a nasty pothole. And then 96 up to what 287. Where does 96 run into 287 at? 'Cause, I'm kind of remembering where that's at, but I know I've seen it. And it doesn't like go through like Lamar or Eads or Eads. Okay, okay. So you basically pick up 287 and Eads, and then go up to Kit Carson, and then take 40 from there. And then you said 40 will run you right into 70. Yeah. Yeah, but then I'm also there because once you get to 70, when you get over to well, he'd probably want to take 29 down. All right. Yeah, but then you'd have to go down to US 36. Yeah, 135 or let's see. Or actually, no, yeah, if he's on 70, he could actually. I forget. Chillicothe's north of 70. Because I'm getting 80 and 70 mixed up with each other now on the where he'd actually be. Yeah, so we could take 70 straight out to Kansas City and then take 35 up from there and then take 36 across from 35. Yeah. Yeah, and I agree then. There's no reason to take I-40 across then. That's going even further out of the way. Yeah, especially when you got to go north of I-70. Then you have to go north too to get to I-70. Yeah. Yeah. But then yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Although 70 in Kansas is pretty easy to do. Flatter than shit, no traffic to worry about. And I know I've seen where 40 runs into 70 before, but I forget where it's at because I'm not out there enough. Yeah, exactly. Because I think where that's at is yeah. All right. Yeah, and I don't think it's Kansas though. I want to say that's Colorado or because I've used 287 a lot and yeah, because 287 only goes through Colorado. Okay, Eric's saying there's a bunch of road work between here and Aurora, and I have steel wire coils. 287 ends at 70. Yeah, now Eric, what he's suggesting is taking 50 over to 96, and then 96 over to Eads, Colorado, and then take 287 up from Eads to Kit Carson, and then you can get on US 40 from there, and then take 40 across to where it runs you into 70. Then take 70 across to Kansas City, and 35 up from north from there, and then US 36, of course. Yeah, and I have to look at the map, but it sounds based on what I kind of remember of areas. That sounds like a way I would rather go than taking 25 straight up through the Denver area, and even with no, yeah, even if there aren't any traffic problems in Denver, it's still like you're saying, it's more miles going that way, and yeah, and a lot of that you can run full speed. And I forget what Western Express trucks are governed at. What is it? What are you guys governed at? Yeah, it's 65, 67, something like that. So if it's 65, yeah, he doesn't even have to worry about speeding because pretty much everything. Yeah, because pretty much everything there is a 65 zone anyway. Yeah. Passing by the Flying J and on the north end of Bakersfield. Yeah. Ah, yeah, he's got a street named after him over here too. Is he from here? I take it. Okay. Yeah, because I'm familiar with him, but I don't. Yeah, I mean, but obviously he's okay. Yeah, yeah, because obviously I'm not into country music. So, uh, well, can't say I blame him. Yeah. Okay, he's saying 63 on the pedal, 66 cruise. So yeah, that'd be yeah. He's got nothing to worry about there then. Yeah, he could. Yep, that's true. Yep. All right, so 50 to 96 to 287. Okay. 25 up to exit 100A first, and then take, all right, 50 east to 96 east to 287 north to 40 east to 70 east. Yeah. All right, he just checked Google. It says to take Colorado 21 south to US 24 east to I-70 east. What's the concern on that one? Is it like more towns? Okay. Eric Carl says that he's not a fan of going that way because there's too much slowing down, speed up, whatever, because of all the towns you're gonna have to go through if you take that route. Okay, he says he's just past exit 100. So it sounds to me like the route you're talking about might make even more sense then if he's right there next, right by it anyway. Yeah. Uh, yeah, and I did tell him that you have 15 years of more old school style OTR experience. So back in the days when you didn't have GPSs, or yeah, or you had yeah, or I'm sure you probably talked to other drivers back in the day too, and got ideas on. Yeah, yeah, and one of the things, even if you don't talk to other drivers, a lot of times I know if you just go across something, yeah, even if it's just an idea, hey, I'm gonna try this. A lot of times you can follow, like, see like where there are major interchanges, where all the other trucks in the area that are with you, which direction they go from where those interchanges are at. Because it's like when I'm going across US 54, that one going toward Wichita. Yeah, you'll find that a lot of the trucks actually they'll turn up onto Highway 61 when they get to Pratt, Kansas, and take that up to 50 instead of taking 54 all the way across into Wichita. And yeah, so it's one of them clues that people who have experience driving through there probably know they don't like 54. Going, yeah, and I go through there a fair amount myself. Not all the time, but it's not uncommon at all. Okay, saying hopefully the company will get the damn system fixed. Got some bumps here. Let me get past this curve and I'll so get a good idea of how they want me to go. Oh, is Western Express gonna is Western Express gonna tell you how they want you to go, or can you take your own whatever route you want to take? 54 is so goddamn boring. Yeah, he's right. 54, now, well, no, he's in a Western Express truck. Might not be as annoying, but for me, yeah, especially when I'm doing like, yeah, I might do 67 through the 65 areas, and then I'll do 70 in the zones where I can. And it gets annoying going through there. It's not even just the truckers. Sometimes there are cars that piss me off because they don't want to drive. They don't want to drive the speed limit, whatever, and then they get in my way, but they're just a little bit slower. Where yeah, and that's one of the things I found I liked about 50 going all the way across toward Dodge City. There's a lot more areas of that where it's more desolate. There's just nobody on the planet around you for miles a lot of times, and there's nobody. Yeah. Okay, he's saying he has to follow the fuel route no matter what up until today because the damn system went down last night. Okay. So where are your fuel stops then that you have to hit? So I'm assuming I'm a little confused on that with the system going down. And are you saying, Eric, that you normally get a fuel plan, but this time around because of the system you did not get a fuel plan, and then that once they get the system fixed, they're going to send you the fuel plan? Not quite sure what you're. Yeah, I'm not quite understanding what's going on there. Wherever they want to fuel. Correct. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's what it is. So normally when he gets his load assignment, he gets the fuel plan also, but because the system had issues, he did not get the fuel plan, and I guess when the system gets fixed, it's going to send him his fuel plan. Yeah. Yep. Hey, Eric, when do you? Yeah, when are you supposed to leave Pueblo? I mean, I assume you've have you already picked up the load? Are you doing a 10-hour break now or something? Or see what he says. God, yeah, I don't miss having to follow the damn company fuel plans because sometimes you find that other places are the same price and other places that are in a better location for your needs. Yeah, they want their they want there tomorrow, but I told them that I would be able to deliver on Friday. It's supposed to go from Pueblo to Chillicothe and all tomorrow. How many miles is that? That seems a bit much. I guess that should be doable. But yeah, yeah, the Pueblo to somewhere on I-70 part is the part I don't know the miles on that, and that's where you'd definitely be a better resource on that one. It's got to be at least 150 to 200 miles because if she's by exit 100 and I-70 in Denver is up by the what's that like the 200 or so. I can tell you that because I-70 when you get to let's see where I-76 is, I want to say it's like the 268 or something like that mile marker, and it's from there to to the Kansas line. I want to say it's is it 441? I forget. It's four something. It's in the lower 400s. I just don't. Yeah, I want to say it's like 440 something. So yeah, so it's about 170 or so from maybe 170, 180 from Denver over to the Kansas line on 70. Yeah, and then in Kansas, you're gonna have ooh, that's got to be the better part of 400 miles. I think it's over 600 miles because if it's 170, 180 from where I-25 and I-70 meet to Kansas, and then it's like 250 miles or whatever it is just from the Colorado Kansas line to where 135 is, or 270 or something like that. It's up in the. I would have to get the load yesterday in order to be in Missouri on Thursday. It says it's over 700 miles, and he's at exit 158. And then I'd be going back to the south to do that too. Yeah, I wouldn't want to go that far south to know that I'm gonna end up having to go back to the north. Yeah. All right. So, right. Yeah, and he's not gonna be able to reach. He's not gonna be able to cover 700 plus miles on a. Oh, 66. 66. Actually, you can do over 700, but it's really hard. It's yeah, and well, if he can run, if he can, yeah, if he were able to do, if he were able to do all the interstate all the way across and then only stop for his 30-minute break or whatever, then that's one thing. Yeah, and it's not likely anyway because 66 times 11, that's 660 plus 66, that's 726. That's mathematical limit, and there's no way he's gonna get that kind of miles in a 66 mile an hour truck. At 726, I can do 726, but I'm usually really low on time by the time I do that, and it's not easy. I have to run like you're saying seven. Oh, yeah, running out your 11-hour clock. I mean, even at 70 miles an hour, my best day so far has been 7:30, and I think I had like maybe 10 minutes or so on my clock at the time, and it's hard to do more than like 7:15, 7:20 in my truck because part of it's also the fact that it's not just the fact that I can actually do the miles. It's also what is there around once I'm in that distance that I can stop that's within range. I did almost 600 at 60. Yeah, day, Eric, you can definitely do like a 650 day because I've done 650 in a Cedar England truck that's governed at 62 miles an hour. So I know you can definitely do more than 650 on a good day, but when you got highways, state or U.S. highways that you're gonna have to deal with and have occasional slowdowns, that's just yeah, you can forget about that. I mean, shit, even what's up? I would say, yeah, even when I'm going across US 54 and yeah, and I can run 67, 70, whatever. If I really wanted to run like everybody else, I'd just do 70 all the way. But with all the little towns you slow down for and stuff, and you get them freaking towns like, well, like Guyman and, but still, when you're going across 54, there because you got Guyman, you also got what's that over there in Kansas? As soon as you get into Kansas, what's that first town there on 54? I forget. I'm trying. Yeah, well, come on, Mister Frickin'. I got 15 years of OTR experience. Liberal, liberal. Yeah, liberal's annoying to go through. There are some other towns that really slow you down. Not to mention other drivers that'll get in your way. And I actually have a hard time running anything. Yeah, I have a hard time running more than like even the load. maybe mid or so 600 range on my truck going that way because of all those damn sounds. I think uh, I think Andy Higgins just showed up, and I think he stole Eric's account, and because he just said he farted. All right, as long as there's no what, no lumps. Carl says as long as there aren't any lumps, you're safe. As long as it doesn't feel a little wet, you're okay. So, severe tire blowout. Uh oh, what happened? Uh, oh, okay. Hopefully they can accomplish that. Yeah. Wow. I yeah, I would be upset about that too. If that happened with mine. And where do they live? Where do they live? There in Omaha or somewhere else? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's my mom. You gotta tell me about that. Now I take it she's a smoker with that condition. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't really know of anybody who gets COPD who doesn't have a smoking history. Yeah. How long has she not been smoking? Oh, okay. And I can't remember. I've heard that it takes a certain number of years for the lungs to completely heal from a re- uh okay. Yeah. 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 That's good. Almost a freaking fire. Hey, Mrs. Green, here. You want your usual bed? Yeah. I'm really, yeah, I cough and sneeze, but doesn't mean it's good. It's from some damn COVID-19. Yeah, or well, it's common for me to sneeze. In fact, like the other day, I think yesterday or whatever it was, Lisa was on the stream watching when I was sneezing up a storm. And it always goes that way. Once I sneeze one time, then I get like that irritated feel, whatever, up my sinuses, and then it just makes me sneeze after sneeze after sneeze. And usually it's at least 10 times before I stop. 30, damn, shit, man. And I thought I sneezed a lot because the normal, yeah, normal for me is probably at least a good 10 on every time. Yeah, and then Chevron station. This one's always cheap too. I usually do like to get fuel here. Uh, but now you gotta keep in mind the freaking fuel here is expensive. So 265 is actually a good price for California. And uh, yeah, yeah, and I've heard. I think Trump was even saying that if he has to, you know, he'll restrict, oil in the U.S. to only domestic sources to try to get the prices back up. Ah, okay. What, they finally finished that damn North Dakota? Hello. Hmm. Oh, okay. We have fewer of them. Farms, actually the one right there to Hatchby is the that'd have been fun. Damn. That was one of those extra long, like turbine blade trailers or whatever. Or, oh, okay. Oh, right. Yeah. Oh, okay. That sucks. Wow. You think? Oh, damn. Damn. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah. Was that back in the days when Jake breaks were still more of a new thing? Hmm. Third, yeah, third stage. I'll bet. Okay. It's getting better. I still get a little bit of drops on my windshield, but it's not really anything. Just like a occasional drizzle, I guess. To Turlock Dairy, whatever the hell it's called. What do you mean, where's it going? No, not yet. Yeah, in California, I tend to not get pre-plans until after I'm already empty, which sucks because I told my DM, yeah, I told my DM 2 days ago that my PTA would be noon tomorrow, and I have yet to see a pre-plan yet, even though but the planners always do that. They always wait till, yeah, which I hate, or at least milk. Yeah, I mean, if I'm in other planning areas, I don't tend to have any problems getting a pre-plan in advance, especially if I give them a PTA a couple days in advance until I'm already empty half the time. Is it bagged, you said? Honestly, the place I picked it up from, you back up to the doors, you back up to the dock with your doors closed, and then when you're done loading, they actually close the doors and seal them before you even pull away from the doors. So I never get a chance to really get a good look at it. An hour and a half. I think I got like 1,900 pieces, so it's yeah, yeah. So I don't. It's not big bags. I think it's more like yeah. There. Let me take a look. Pull this up here. Fairlife milk. I can't tell what that next one is. 52 ounce. 52 ounce is not even half a gallon. That's more like yeah. It's all on pallets. Yeah, they're not even. They're more than a quart, but less than half a gallon. Basically, it's 52. Yeah, yeah, I don't know what they use them for, but because I've never been to this customer up here. I've had two loads in the past that went to there, but Both of them I ended up swapping or dropping. Or melt for other purposes than for just drinking by themselves. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Yeah. All right. Quick thing here. like 10:10 or so, 22:10 local time tonight, I think, in that ballpark. When I'll probably be getting off the highway. Goshen, 6 miles away. Fresno, 40 out. Visalia Airport right here to the right of me, and Highway 198 coming right up. More traffic up here than there was in Bakersfield. Now watch them give me another Oxnard to Yuma to Batavia load or something tomorrow. Wouldn't surprise me. Those are a little bit more difficult to cover, and they tend to like throwing me on that one. What's up, James? Fresno County here. Assuming you're asking me that question, it's 0940 tomorrow morning. Well, we got something going on up here. Lane closure or something. Yeah, it looked like a lane closure. Construction related, I guess. I don't know.
What you were doing, saying, hey, turn off your bright lights, I was just letting you know I didn't have them on. But you that was driving down the road with the bright lights on, I was just letting you know I didn't have mine on. Bright lights? Who's this? Checking northbound or southbound?
Or something? What the hell's going on here? It's on the right shoulder on the northbound side. It's a fatality. There's a body under a tarp in front of one of the vehicles. So whoever that was, probably got ejected from one of the vehicles that was involved.
Northbound, far left lane, you are blocked. Accident on the scene.
Damn it, this freaking microphone sucks. Half the time I try to key it and nothing happens. I don't know if it's a switch on the microphone or my connection. Far right lane that's blocked so far. 2 left lanes are still open when I passed by it.
Excellent. God bless.
Over there, I saw there was a car over by the right shoulder, and then right in front of that car was a body laying on the ground with a tarp covering it, and then further up past where the flares got laid down, there was like an SUV or something that was over in the ditch on the right, off the right shoulder. I couldn't get a good enough look at it because the medic vehicles were kind of blocking my view of it to some extent. I could see it was there, but yeah, it wasn't that easy to look at. I couldn't tell what kind of damage it had or whatever. So to me, it looked like there was some kind of a collision, and maybe one of the people involved was not wearing a seatbelt and got ejected from the vehicle. Disrupt you if you're. I assume you're going to be sleeping by the time I get to when I shut down the stream and all that. So maybe, yeah, give you a call tomorrow morning sometime if you're not busy or whatever. Give you a call sometime tomorrow. Coming up next. Now entering the town of Kingsburg and getting into Fresno County. At 217 miles down, right about 100 to go. Nobody's answering. I'm actually on the wrong channel. I'm supposed to be on channel 17 through here. I-5 and Highway 99. You usually always want to have your radio tuned to channel 17, not 19.
Article 110 of 112. Tom Brady reflects on Bill Belichick relationship in Howard Stern interview. 9:42 a.m. ET. Mike Riasson, staff writer. Close. Covered Patriots since 1997. Joined ESPN in 2009. Follow on Twitter, Facebook, Twitter, Facebook Messenger, Pinterest, email, print. Tom Brady said he went into 2019 thinking it would be his final season with the New England Patriots and delved into his relationship with coach Bill Belichick in an expansive 2-hour interview Wednesday on SiriusXM's The Howard Stern Show. Brady was asked about the thought that he wouldn't have had success without Belichick, who selected him in the 6th round of the 2000 draft. I think it's a pretty tie argument actually that people would say that because again, I can't do his job, and he can't do mine, Brady said on the program. So the fact you could say, would I be successful without him, the same level of success? I don't believe I would have been. But I feel the same vice versa, as well. Bucks new uniforms pay homage to glory years. Why is drafting an NFL quarterback so hard? Jordan Love is about to find out. NFL Power Rankings, 1 to 32 poll, plus where each team stands after free agency. 2 related. To have him allowed me to be the best I can be, so I'm grateful for that. I very much believe that he feels the same way about me, because we've expressed that to each other. The new Tampa Bay Buccaneers quarterback told Stern he didn't have any resentment that Belichick didn't make him a Patriot for life. No, absolutely not, Brady answered, somewhat emphatically. No, because this is a part for me, in my life, to experience something very different. There are ways for me to grow and evolve in a different way that I haven't had the opportunity to do, that aren't right or wrong, but just right for me. I never cared about legacy. I could give a s about that. I never once, when I was in high school, said, man, I can't wait for what my football legacy looks like. That's just not me. That's just not my personality. He told Stern, it was just time to move on to another team. I don't know what to say other than that, Brady said. I accomplished everything I could in 2 decades with an incredible organization, an incredible group of people, and that will never change. No one can ever take that away from me, no one can ever take those experiences or Super Bowl championships away from us. Brady was asked if Belichick's loyalty influenced his decision. I think he has a lot of loyalty. He and I have had a lot of conversations that nobody has ever been privy to, nor should they be, that so many wrong assumptions were made about our relationship or about how he felt about me. I know genuinely how he feels about me, Brady said. Now I'm not going to respond to every rumor or assumption that's made, other than what his responsibility as coach is to get the best player for the team, not only in the short term but in the long term as well. So what I could control is trying to be the best I could be in both of those situations also. I got into uncharted territory as an athlete because I started to break the mold of what so many other athletes had experienced, so I got to the point where I was an older athlete and he's starting to plan for the future, which is what his responsibility is. I don't fault him for that. That's what he should be doing. Not that I would ever coach, but if I was ever in a position of authority, I would understand that too. Brady told Stern that he didn't make his final decision until he told Patriots owner Robert Kraft on March 16, relaying that they shed tears during their in-person meeting at Kraft's home. But I would say I probably knew before the start of last season that it was my last year, Brady said. I knew that our time was coming to an end. Article 111 of 112. Study, small increases in air pollution make coronavirus much more deadly. Vox 5 hours ago. Air pollution from very small particles kills millions of people around the world each year and has been rising in the Trump era, leading to an annual increase of nearly 10,000 deaths in the U.S. Some of this has been due to wildfires, but some of it is related to ongoing deregulatory efforts by the Trump administration. President Trump has a number of initiatives in the works, from narrowing the range of science regulators are allowed to consider to making cars less fuel efficient, that are designed to exacerbate the problem. And while a growing body of literature links particulate pollution to a wide range of cognitive impairments, what we know about how air pollution kills people is largely through cardiovascular and respiratory distress. Since these health problems are also thought to increase the risk that a coronavirus infection will lead to a fatal case of COVID-19, a team of researchers at Harvard's T.H. Chan School of Public Health investigated whether places with more air pollution also see a greater lethality of COVID-19 cases. Their preliminary finding, based on data through April 4, is that yes, air pollution makes COVID-19 much more deadly. If that finding holds up as more data comes in, it could help us understand why death rates vary so widely among countries, and explain the stark racial disparities in COVID-19 lethality that appear to be emerging in the United States. Counties with more air pollution see higher COVID-19 fatality rates. Danielle Braun, Francesca Dominici, Rachel Nethery, Ben Sabath, and Xiao Wu used a pretty standard research design looking at long-term air pollution levels as recorded in about 3,000 American counties that cover approximately 98% of the population. They then looked at county-level COVID-19 deaths, adjusting for hospital beds available, smoking and obesity rates, and standard demographic factors. All else being equal, they found that an increase of 1 microgram of fine particulates per cubic meter is associated with a 15% increase in the COVID-19 death rate. That's about 20 times the statistical association between fine particulate exposure and increases in the normal all-cause mortality rate, reflecting the common-sense view that coming down with COVID-19 greatly elevates the importance of your baseline respiratory and cardiovascular health. It is well known among people who study air pollution that African American neighborhoods are much more likely to have high levels of contamination, the result of a multifaceted historical process. The link between air pollution and COVID-19 fatality could be a partial explanation for why African Americans seem to be dying at a disproportionate rate. It could also partially explain why things got so bad in Italy, which has about double the concentration of air pollution in the United States. In policy terms, we cannot cope with the pandemic by going back in time to reduce background levels of air pollution. But we can use the data to spot and help the most vulnerable. But right now, this is the type of study, based on statistical analysis rather than a controlled experiment, the Trump administration wants to exclude from regulatory analysis. It is also moving to suspend enforcement of clean air rules, allegedly as part of the response to the public health emergency. But this is exactly backwards. As the study's authors write, their work underscores the importance of continuing to enforce existing air pollution regulations to protect human health both during and after the COVID-19 crisis. Article 112 of 112.
Interesting, that connection
UFC's
there.
Anthony Smith reveals bloody battle and scary home invasion search. Heavy.com Sports MMA. UFC's Anthony Smith reveals bloody battle and scary home invasion. Share on Facebook. Share on Flipboard. Share via email. Show more sharing options. 70.6k views. 491 shares.
About 90 miles to go.
By Kelsey McCarson. Updated April 7, 2020 at 2:58 p.m. UFC light heavyweight contender Anthony Smith went to bed on Saturday night just like any other weekend, but by early Sunday morning, one of the most dangerous 205-pound fighters in the world found himself in the fight of his life against an intruder who had entered his home for an unknown reason in the middle of the night through an open garage. Smith revealed the epic clash to ESPN's Ariel Helwani. "No normal human is able to fight like that," Smith said. "I'm by no means the baddest dude on the planet. But he's a regular Joe and I had a hard time dealing with him. And he took everything that I gave him, every punch, every knee, every elbow. He took every single one of them and kept fighting me." Smith revealed he tried to subdue the intruder for more than 5 minutes while waiting for the police to arrive but couldn't quite get the job done. No matter how many punches, kicks and elbows Smith landed, the intruder refused to go down. Even after his mother-in-law brought him a kitchen knife to help him subdue the intruder, Smith said it was all he could do to keep the man from overwhelming him. The 31-year-old said he experienced a wide range of emotions throughout the encounter, including fear for himself and his wife, mother-in-law and 3 daughters who were also in the house at the time of the incident. Smith said the whole thing was terrifying, even for one of the top MMA athletes on the planet. "I didn't know what he had," Smith said. "Typically people don't break into your house in the middle of the night for any good reasons. I'm expecting that I'm gonna hear a gunshot or he's gonna stab me. Like he's got something. I figure I've got about 2 minutes before whatever he's got takes me out." Smith said his wife woke him early Sunday morning to alert him that an intruder was inside their home. Smith said he could hear a man's voice screaming at the top of his lungs. He left the bedroom and found the intruder in an adjacent room. That man, later identified by police as Luke Haberman, rushed toward Smith. That's when the UFC fighter leapt into action. But Smith ended up with way more than he bargained for, even though the trained UFC fighter also seemingly outweighed Haberman by 30 or so pounds. "I'm not lying when I said it was one of the toughest fights I've had in my whole life," Smith said. "I went into that fight ready to die. Nobody smart breaks into a house in the middle of the night unarmed. When they break in at night, it's to hurt people." Smith said he was surprised he couldn't quite subdue Haberman before the police arrived. But Smith also said maybe his nerves got the better of him. "You always just think you're such a badass," Smith said. "I just don't feel like one. I feel insufficient a little bit. I didn't know it was possible to be that terrified." Once the police arrived, Haberman was subdued, arrested and charged with first-degree criminal trespass for ESPN's Mark Raimondi. By that time, blood was everywhere as the 2 men had fought hard until police arrived. There's no known reason as to why Haberman entered the home. What is known is that Smith and his family will likely never sleep quite as soundly again, at least for the foreseeable future. Follow the Heavy on UFC Facebook page for the latest breaking news, rumors and content. Read next: best and worst changes Dana White made to UFC 249. Twitter, @Kelsey_McCarson.
Okay, so now the question
Read more.
is,
MMA,
why was the
UFC.
garage open?
About heavy contact, U.S. editorial guidelines, privacy policy, privacy rights, terms of service, site
That
down.
doesn't excuse the game.
Stay
Pretty well.
connected.
Going
Heavy
into
on
someone's
Facebook,
house,
Heavy on Twitter,
you
contact
had
us
no
via
business
email.
being in, but still.
Copyright
Gotta make it that
2020.
easy for a
All
freaking
rights
piece of shit
reserved.
like that to do
Powered
stuff
by
like that.
WordPress.com VIP.
It's kind of on you too.
There are no more articles to read.
Fresno, next 11 exits. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Probably PCP or something along that line. Yeah, something like that, you might as well just, doesn't matter if they're on drugs or not, put them in a rear naked choke or something, some kind of a blood choke. Doesn't matter if they're on drugs or not, you're going to put them to sleep. Might be hard as hell to do it still, but it's the best chance you're going to have of subduing somebody like that. And not to mention, what other kind of person breaks into people's homes like that or helps themselves in people's homes except for friggin' junkies who want stuff they can steal so they can fund their next drug fix. Whether it's methamphetamines or PCP or whoever knows what else. Yosemite. Yosemite. Yosemite Sam. Because your stupid ass doesn't want to pass me. Now you decided to pass me, okay. Jackass. Of course, you're looking at your phone. I'm not surprised. That's usually why people do that. Either they're too lazy to move over, or they're too busy looking at their phone to realize whether to really care. Lipstick stains on the cucumbers. Oh, I'm sneezing. I must have COVID-19. like only barely 31, almost 32 miles. Fun. Alright, Avenue 7. Just under 70 miles to go to the exit now. Madera, 11 miles away. Merced, 45. Look for articles later about the accident that we passed by. Yeah, I don't remember exactly where it was at. I know it was somewhere in between, but what's that town up in Kingsbury? Kingsburg, whatever. Turlock, California, to the Turlock Dairy, whatever the hell it's called. Turlock Dairy Center, I forget the name of it. It's just south of where the Americold is there. But they have overnight parking, so I'm gonna get all the way there and then just park on their site and make my delivery when it's time to in the morning, and should be ready to roll right away after I'm done. too. Right now because that damn COVID-19. But at least it seems like the number of new cases is slowing down, or finally, it's finally plateaued. Need a few more days to confirm that's going on, but the stats suggest that's what's going on. People still without jobs now because of that. 60 miles out, 6-0. Going through Madeira right now. Cleveland Avenue. I'm not really sure where Tom and Lisa live, but I know Lisa said that they live about 50 or so miles away from each other. Come on, pick up. Don't be a nuisance. I gotta adjust my speed for you, so I don't block the other lane, just dealing with your ass. Damn it, I've had it with your ass. Speed up a little faster to maybe get by them so I can get out of the lane. This Loves. This one new or something? Because I seriously don't remember this Loves being here before. seriously don't remember ever seeing it before. Here before too much longer. I forget what mile marker Chowchilla is at. On the satellite view, only showing a dirt lot. Yeah, that explains it, because I seriously don't remember the place. Thing I hardly ever do get sick. It's been a long time since I've had the flu or anything like that. What is it? The road's too bumpy, so I can't read the name very well. You're asking about if it's true if I only drive 10 hours a day. That is not true. That is true if you're driving a passenger vehicle. If you're driving a bus or something, then yeah, there is a 10-hour driving limit. But for freight carrying, like I do, the limit is 11 hours per shift within 14 hours. From start to finish, and then we have to take a 10-hour break after that. So I can log up to 11 hours of drive time, and I get a 14-hour window to do that in. John. And we don't always have to run that hard either. It's really depends on the load. I can't speak for flatbed or dry van or whatever with how they do things, but refrigerated freight, which is what I do, we always have appointment times. A lot of my deliveries are live unloads, but the pickups, a good number of them are drop and hook pickups, but some of the pickups are also live as well. And usually with those, we can't pick up or deliver until it's our appointment time, or near within an hour or so of it. So sometimes we do get slowed down by that. Sometimes we do get the option to, maybe run a little easier. As long as we get the load delivered on time, it's not a big deal. But I like to run hard anyway. That way, I set up my recaps for the following week, my recap hours, because we get 70 hours to work with in an 8-day period. And if I don't burn through all 70 of those hours, but before I get to the end of the 8 days, then I'll start getting recap hours back. Basically, whatever hours I used at the beginning of the week, we'll start rolling back in. Question there. Once I get around this curve and have no traffic around me, I'll take a look at it. Exit 167, Avenue 24 coming up here. Put me about 45 miles from my stop. Is there a fee if I go over? Yes and no. The reason I say yes and no is because it depends on if it gets caught by DOT. If I get my logs inspected by a DOT inspector, then yeah, I can get ticketed for it. You're a yard dog, okay? Which DC are you at? Is it Bursa Hafer? Road's finally smooth enough. I think it says Bursa. That sounds familiar. That's not Casa Grande, is it? Where is that? That sounds really familiar. Or is that up here in McCarran Sparks? Okay. I think I've heard of that one. I know I've been through Crossroads myself before. I've never been to that in DC though, but I think I've heard of that place. I'm not sure that I'm never sure that my company does anything at that one, but maybe it was 7018 I'm thinking of. I want to say 7018 might be Casa Grande or something. Maybe that's what was throwing me off. All right, I got Chowchilla here. Or Chowchilla. Which also means I got a way station coming up. Gotta watch for. Now, if you're interested in OTR, just curious, what is it about OTR that is interesting you most? Here's 233. I remember Mish was talking about 233 earlier, but it was he was really talking about 223, but there really is a 233, and it's right here in Chowchilla. She is a great woman. Though we do tend to have a little bit of some cultural clashes at home, because I grew up used to doing everything myself, take care of my own laundry, and then with my military background, I learned, I always had a habit of cleaning up after myself. So when I get through eating my food or whatever, I always had the habit of clean all my whatever I used right away as soon as I'm done with it. It's a lot easier to clean, and it's also, hey, I'm the one who made the mess. I cleaned my own mess. But at home now she grew up in a different cultural environment, and in her environment, her upbringing, she grew up in a more traditionally Mexican family kind of environment, and her mom really raised her to, hey, you take care of your you take care of everybody. So she grew up conditioned to always understand that it's the woman's responsibility to take care of the house. And I remember actually my first time ever going to her mom's place where she grew up over in Pomona, California here. I got through eating my food, and then I went to go put my plate away because that's just how I am. I was always used to doing it myself. Alright, this way station is open. See, I can see it says all truck stop and skills. And I just got red lighted. And I remember I went and put my thing away, and her mom started looking at her and giving her some serious stink eye. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? Why the hell is he doing that himself? Was 29 and a half miles. Another small county. If you do have an interest in getting out and about around the country and kind of the adventure, yeah, definitely. That's what I like about doing OTR myself. I've done day camp routes with with a sleeper truck when I was in the Walmart dedicated fleet, and I did not like it. I actually liked more being on the OTR side, and now where I can, it's. Let's see what we get here. Gonna stay green for the left side. Yep. All right. Speed limit 20. If you think that OTR is going to interest you, then I would absolutely say go for it. And the fact that you have yard jockey experience, you do a lot of backings with trailers, and that's going to make you better with better than a lot of the guys out on the that you're going to encounter at truck stops. Just be forewarned about that. Unless you're like the guy at Preferred Freezer in Richland, Washington, that I got on my dash cam and posted to YouTube a while back. Unless you're as bad as he is, which I doubt, because most of the time I found that yard jockeys tend to be better at backing than the average person. In fact, there are certain things about backings that I learned myself because of watching yard jockeys and day cabbers, particularly the yard jockeys. From that note, I would definitely, if you have a certain home area that you're looking for, like you said you're in Virginia, one thing we might want to consider would be go with a company that has a lot of receivers or a lot of deliveries that it makes in your general area. You know, anywhere within, let's say, 100 miles of your home. Just because you see a particular company's trucks in your area a lot doesn't necessarily mean that they have any receivers in your area. And it's one thing to have shippers in your area, but it's better to have receivers in your area. That way, when you're, to get you home, they can get you loads to the receiver, and you can possibly drop your trailer there and your receiver, perhaps. And then be able to bobtail a shorter distance home. So there are some little nuances to that as far as if home time is important to you. I always advocate for looking for a company that, for one, that you're going to be able to tolerate, but also if you want home time, reliable home time, it's important that you find a place that does a lot of deliveries in your particular area. So like that, the Walmart DC you work out of right now, you probably have a pretty good idea of what OTR companies do a lot of deliveries there at your DC. Now, whether you're moving their trailers around on your own or maybe you see them docked in making deliveries while you're doing your duties. That's going to help you out a lot. Do at least 100 moves per day. That's a pretty good amount. out on the road a few weeks at a time at least, and yeah, and you're up for the adventure, I definitely recommend it. It's not everybody's cup of tea, but if it seems like it might interest you, I would say definitely give it a shot and see what you think. A lot of meat trucks, okay. And out that way, I'm not really, because I've never been to that DC, and we do, JCT, we do actually do some loads into the Virginia area, but there's not a lot that we do. Actually, a friend of mine who's been with us longer than I have, and he's got the same dispatcher as I do. He's actually from Virginia himself. He's over by, what's that town called? It's over by, I think, Roanoke, off of I-81. $0.55 a mile. That's not bad. That's pretty good, actually. So if you can run 3,000 miles a week, that's let's see, 1,500 plus 150. That's $1,650 per week. Probably won't run 3,000 consistently, but it's that's decent pay there. Truckers on loan from Aramis, European parcel carrier. I think I've seen that Aramis you're talking about. I've been to the UK a few times. Maybe I've seen them there. I've seen them here too, because they're an international company, if I'm not mistaken. Ad on the USA Trucker for $55 a mile. USA Trucker. That's not that same company that Red Viking Trucker is on, is with, is it? There's USA Truck, and then there's that other one that Red Viking Trucker is on, is with. I forget the name. It's similar to USA Truck, but it's not USA Truck. It's some other company. I've seen their trucks ever before, but I know I've heard of the company. I think they sponsor a lot of stuff too. The honking you heard was the train going southbound on the tracks that are over on the other side of the freeway. They were going through a railroad crossing, and they blew the horn for the railroad crossing. presence on the East Coast as well. Because I do tend to see their trucks more when I'm in that part of the country than I do when I'm over here on my side. So that's going to be a positive for you if you're looking to regularly be more in your own area, but possibly see more as well. If you get a chance, maybe stop at the truck stops or somewhere, or maybe if you see any USA truck drivers at your DC, talk to them. Find out how they do things. Or do they run like just kind of like an out and back pattern like a lot of carriers do, or do they do like an irregular 48 state kind of thing? Do they have a lot of receivers or shippers in your particular area? How do the drivers actually like it there? Now, any kind of insight they can give you into that, it'll give you a lot of clues about whether that's going to be a company you really want to go with, regardless of what they pay per mile. Because drivers are less likely to bullshit with you about how things are there. Well, to an extent, yeah. There are a lot of drivers who will lie and say that certain company is a piece of shit company or whatever, and that they lie or they're crips or whatever. And a lot of times it's the drivers themselves is the problem, because they don't understand that it's not their name on the side of the truck. And they don't understand that they cannot have their cake and eat it too. A lot of times they have this expectation that they can run whatever pace they feel like running, or that the company can just shit out whatever kind of load they want. After you get through the load, whatever, and and then they wonder why it takes time why they might have to sit between loads or whatever. And also, there's a difference between the way reefer freight drivers, drive-in drivers, and flatbed drivers all do their loads and routes too. Like drive-in guys tend to do a lot of dropping hooks on both ends. Reefer, at least here at JCT, we do a good number of dropping hook pickups, but a large number, the majority of the deliveries we make are live. And there are still a decent number of pickups we even do that are also live. I think the longest time I think the longest time I've had with a single trailer since I've been with JCT has been about 3.5 weeks or so. I've got another accident over here. That's a fire truck over there. Can't tell what's going on there. The frickin' bushes are blocking my view. Southbound side, you're gonna have a brake check right after exit 186. Probably got an accident or something over on the right side. I don't know if, hopefully they're watching, they're monitoring channel 17. So the ones who if they even have a radio, sometimes the ones that even have a radio are on the wrong channel, because normally here on I-5 and highway, or actually I'm on highway 99, but between here on 99 and I-5, we use channel 17, not 19. Pretty much everywhere else, 19 is the more commonly used channel. Now, the way it's supposed to work is 19 is supposed to be the east and west channel, and then 17 is supposed to be the north-south channel. That way when the traditional logic there is when let's say you're on a north-south east-west route, you can use the radio and talk to people on going in your, your direction or the opposite direction without having to deal with the east-west traffic that might be wanting to use a radio for their side as well. That'll help on the resume too, because with OTR companies, it's very common for people to have accidents, particularly bashing accidents, and companies are always wary of that, and they want people to not have a history of accidents. Ideally, they want to know that you're not going to cost them money in insurance claims and stuff. Side, anybody got ears on? Probably not. Probably on the wrong channel. Anybody southbound with ears on? Come on. I'm trying to set my squelch right, but then the bumps make it really difficult for me to get it where I need it without overdoing it. Funny, maybe some smooth road here. Franklin Road, it's 22 miles from my exit. Atwater Merced Expressway, 1.25 miles. What used to be known as Castle Air Force Base. I know there used to be a Castle Air Force Base, but it closed down. Closed down before I enlisted, but I worked with, there were a few people I worked with at the bases I was at who had spent time here. typical OTR driver anyway. West Side Boulevard, exit 198. And it's 15 miles out now from my exit. Sultana Drive and Liberty Avenue coming up next. Some other OTR drivers can be, and you're right. A lot of them can be assholes. A lot of them get impatient, whatever. Or they, like I did, they think the world should revolve around them, basically, and things aren't done exactly the way they like, and they start whining like a little spoiled brats. I see it a lot. Understand that there are things that are beyond their control, and even things that are beyond the control of the shippers and receivers at times, that you just gotta deal with. Gotta have patience. Getting into the Livingston area now. Trucks right lane only. Two exits to Livingston coming up right here, Hammett Avenue. 12 miles out, 1-2 out from our exit. Degrees here. 10 miles out. Passing by the TA truck stop over here now. Yeah, that's pretty warm. Out. The Collier next that I just passed. The rest area coming up in 5 miles. Entering Delhi. Parking spot over there if it comes down to needing to come back down or something. Yeah, I can't tell there's anything over there. I think I might have gotten fuel at that 76 there before. It's a tiny little place, if it's one I'm thinking of. End of Delhi now. Miles from exit. left lane's closed ahead. Let's take a look at how the truck parking situation is here. Just in case I need, there's any, no, this place looks full. Trucks parked on the on-ramp. It's definitely not a good place to bend down. Highway 165. Even here in America who would be interested in doing that trip. They're between Santa Monica and Chicago, Route 66. Alright, 2 miles away is downtown Turlock and Lander Avenue here. I could technically use this exit here too if I wanted to, but Main Street. Main Street's the most practical route for a truck to take anyway. pretty close by, so I'm thinking it's... Can't tell. street will be on the south end of the place that I want to turn into. Is this a Maricold here? Yeah, that's a Maricold. Alright, I do see a street coming up there, up ahead. No, I don't think that's the name of the street, is it? I think it's a different street. Yeah, it might be where that pickup just came out of. This facility right here on my right might be the one. Is this it? Yeah, Spengler, this is it. Here, I'm gonna have to back up and then get my tires a little closer there, and then get myself right by the end of this this red line right here by the fire hydrant. I think we're good. Close that up. I think it's 310 or 320, something like that. 321 is what I logged. But yeah, this building right here to my right side, I think, is the place I'm delivering to. It's Turlock Dairy something. Turlock Dairy Division of SSI. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, I've never been to this place. I've had, like I said, I've had a couple of loads that were coming to here, but both times I either swapped out or dropped in a drop yard or something. So this will be a first time experience. I'm not sure what these guys are like. I didn't bother to look at the Google reviews on them to see what kind of get a general feel of what kind of reputation they have. Let's see. I'm really glad you got to experience your country from the country that invented English. It didn't bloody sound like English. I knew it'd get somebody English talking trash talking our butchered English. Well, I am too. If I was still fit, I'd go out and drive the country like Scott. I would just live in the truck full time. I know, Ziggy, but it's thanks to people like Scott taking the time out of their day that we can experience the open roads of the U.S. from our front rooms. Yes. Yeah, and that has a lot to do with why I'm even doing these live streams, because at first I was thinking, well, why would someone want to sit here and watch me drive for so many hours or whatever? And sometimes it's just interacting, whatever. But I find that everyone has their own different reasons. A lot of you guys maybe just want to see the scenery through a trucker's eyes as well as you can. Then you have like Jamie Good. He's a truck driver himself. He does flatbed freight though, and he's been considering going to reefer, and he would watch my streams to get a kind of an idea how the reefer life is like. How often we sit idle, or what kind of places we go, or what lanes we run, and that kind of stuff. And so it was actually a good resource for him to figure out if that's up his alley for his next step on his with his own trucking career. And of course, some people just the social interaction or whatever, or sometimes you get guys who are new to the industry or wanting to get in the industry who find that I'm a good resource to ask questions to. And I think the videos I've done in the past, like with the backing videos particularly, and I've done some other like demonstration how-to kind of stuff. I think it laid kind of a nice backbone there for people who are newer to say, hey, I'm a good resource here if you want to learn something, and maybe they come on the live streams just so they can interact and ask questions like Bursa did already, and then a couple other people have done it. Someone else was on earlier, I can't remember, earlier on tonight's stream. Alright, never far away. If it weren't for truckers, this country would fold up. Yeah, that is true. 78%, I think it is, of all the freight in America is moved by truck. About 20%, whatever, I don't know. So I think about 20% or so is moved by rail. And of course, you got the smaller, well, I don't know if they count trucks as the street vans and stuff, but yeah, us with the 53-foot trailers here, there are a huge amount of it. Then, of course, for flatbed, and that's actually, somebody else, who was it? Alistair. That's the one I was talking, who was on here earlier. He's one of the guys who doesn't have a CDL, but is interested in getting one, and and a lot of times it's a lot of good resourceful information that you get from someone like myself or some of the other people who you find on YouTube, and any kind of good insight will give you a leg up on knowing what to expect, and not having to worry about things surprising you or not meeting your expectations, because you watch what goes on in our lives, you already know what to expect because you see it. So it's a good resource. And for me, it's just something fun to do, and like my kids can actually watch me and interact with me once in a while, if they actually ever do. I know my daughter likes to sit here and watch me at times, and I don't know. I think my sons also sometimes watch. I never see any interaction, but I know they like to see it. So that's an important part of it for me too. Is family and friends, whatever, who are important to me, have a opportunity to see the world through my eyes, or see, hey, what's going on with Scott, and then they can just go on my stream and see where I'm at, even interact with me through here or whatever. So that's the basis of why I started streaming. I know Scotty D, he kind of talked me into doing it too. I met up with him in Kingman. Yeah, Kingman, and then I met up with him on one of his live streams, and I was coming the other way, and we ended up meeting up there and chit-chatting, and I told him I thought about streaming. I just wasn't sure if it was really going to be for me. I just didn't really know. And he said, he said just go ahead and do it. And then if I'm trying to get my subscriber count up, whatever. And nowadays I don't really care if my sub count goes up or not. I get a decent number of people already, and a decent number of people who interact with me regularly. If it goes up, then great. But I don't really care anymore. But at the time, I told him I was trying to get my viewer count or my sub count up at least somewhere I can have a more regular base of people who can might be interested in watching and interacting and stuff. Up to 990. Okay, so I got two more subscribers since I started this stream that we're on now then, and that's in looks like 6 hours, 6:06. So it's getting there. The rate we're going now, because it's picking up about a couple of new subscribers per day. It's probably going to hit 1,000 within the next week. Then I would have to guess. And then of course, once I hit 1,000, I can stop using Streamlabs and start streaming directly through my YouTube. 10 more, yeah. So yeah, if I do 2 per day, then it's and actually I picked up more than 2 today. I think I picked up about 4, because I think when I streamed the Williams to Barstow one, I want to say I was at 986, somewhere around there, and then or 980. No, it might have been 985, 96, something like that. I remember when I shut down in Barstow, I think it was at 985, and then no, I think it was at 985 when I left Williams, and then when I shut down in Barstow, it got to 986, and then when I started this stream, it was at, I think, 987, or no, when I was at Dora's friend's house in Barstow, because Dora and the kids are staying there right now temporarily to help out with family supply stuff because of COVID-19. Yeah, I think it was at 987, and then when I started the stream, I was at 988. So yeah, it sounds like it picked up about 4 or 5 new subs today. So it might even be quicker than less than a week before, or maybe even just a few days before hit 1,000. Alright, Stefan, quick question. What make is your tractor? My tractor is a 2016 Peterbilt 579. Let's see. Most of you guys have seen my truck already. I'll go ahead and show you what it looks like, I guess. I always do a quick little look around too. Turn my engine off. It's 61 degrees. It's nice. Oh, before I go out there, I was going to point out. Okay. Last time I fueled up was in Lake Havasu City. So from Lake Havasu City, I ran 170 miles from there to Barstow. And then I did the other 320 now from Barstow to here. So that's about 490. I still have more than half a tank. And that's one of the that's one of the benefits, because a lot of people hate driving in California just because the 55-mile-an-hour truck limit. As you see, I mean, aside from going down hills and stuff where my truck started picking up speed on its own, I had my cruise control set at 58 the entire time. I never went above it except for when down hills, and even then I was using my Jake brakes and generally trying to keep it around my 58 that I normally like to run. Am I a fan of running 58 miles an hour? No. But I'm even less a fan of paying higher fuel prices here in California. And when I run at 58 miles an hour, guess what? I'm more likely to be able to get in here. And I ran a pretty good distance into California this time. I ran more in here than I normally do before getting to the customer. And I'm going to probably end up going back to either down to Lemoore or Tulare for my next pickup, or may even end up going all the way down to Oxnard over by the Pacific Ocean and pick up a load there. It's more than likely going to be one of those areas. I could end up heading up north of here too. I don't know yet. I'll find out tomorrow. But yeah, even if I do, let's say, head back down to Tulare or Lemoore and then end up going back out on I-40. Okay, we're going to talk about about close to 1,000 miles driven, and almost all of it in California. And if I have more than a half a tank of fuel now, then I should be able to get to Lake Havasu before I get so low that I really need to get more fuel again. And that's hopefully is what is going to happen. And that's, I can't guarantee you I'd be able to do that if I was running 70 miles an hour the whole time. 70 miles an hour, I'm going to burn more fuel. But normally here in Cali, I can run from, let's say if I come in on I-80, I can usually come in on I-80, let's say fill up my tanks in Fernley or McCarran, Sparks area, you know, right down the street from the Walmart DC over there, real close to the, literally right down the street from the Tesla Gigafactory down there. I can usually fill up there, come into California, go all the way down to like Lemoore, Tulare, whatever, pick up a load, and go back out on I-40, and still have over half a tank left by the time I get over to Lake Havasu City. And a lot of times I get to a point where I don't have to get fuel until I'm all the way over into, I don't know, maybe Flagstaff, or if I'm lucky, I can get over to Holbrook or somewhere. Or, well, not to say Holbrook, but, you know, somewhere in the central to eastern, you know, east central part of Arizona before I even need to get fuel again, for, you know, where I start getting critical. Alright, so, I know, Stefan, you're from the UK. I don't think you guys see Peterbilt 579s there, because I know most of you guys are over there, I know, run cab overs, because you guys have length limits over there that are more strict than ours. But okay, here's my truck right here. So that's Peterbilt 579. We have these diamonds we put on for every year you've been with the company. You've been with this company. They give you diamonds, one for each. Basically a diamond for each side. So I got two over here because I've been with them for 2 years now, and two there. So, yeah. Oh man, there's a freaking red spot here. So I might need to back up. I didn't notice this one here earlier. Double check here. Man, make sure I didn't pick up any. All my tires are in really good shape, so I'm just looking for not so obvious that, or well, it's going to be pretty obvious stuff at this point if. These tires. And this one here I just got replaced while I was in Williams. This tire got changed because it had some flat spots on it. Alright, this mud flap's seen better days, but it still gets the job done. A little chewed up here. I'm not hearing any leaks at all, but I have the trailer brake set too. It's something else I can do. Can't really check for audible leaks properly if you have brakes set. They should be released. I also can't check the brakes for proper adjustment unless they're yeah, I can't check them for proper adjustment either if the brakes are set, because yeah, I'm gonna have to back up to that. Get on the other side of that red stripe there, just in case. Watching this yard jockey over here. Sure I know what's going on over there too. Don't want to have anyone suddenly pull up behind me. Not like it's likely to happen, but make sure I know exactly who's doing what. convex mirror right now. The trailer brakes set or released so I can check it for audible leaks. It should be good, but do good diligence though. Because damn it, why does this damn on-screen keyboard like to pop up on me? And also check the brakes for adjustment. Okay, so I'm going to check for audible leaks right now. I'm not hearing anything at all down here, so that's good. Okay. If I see visible gap there between the brake drum and the rotor, and the pad, I probably need to adjust the brake. That one's kind of a little questionable, might be alright. Ow. Yeah, that one I would say probably needs to be adjusted, and that's that nut right there. All I have to do is turn that nut until it rubs up completely up against the drum, and then back it off a quarter of a turn. So I'll probably plan on taking care of that. Kind of a pain in the ass to do with the stream going, so I'll probably do it after I shut off the stream how's that? Okay. Still getting a gas coming up from that quesadilla I ate earlier. Alright, let's see, we're all behind you. Damn, that's good mileage. That's actually quite impressive. Yeah, my truck, I don't get the greatest miles either. Because I have a 10-speed manual. Our guys with the 12-speed auto shift trucks tend to get better fuel economy than I do, so, but that's the benefit of running slower speed and taking it easy on acceleration and stuff. Like mainly when you accelerate, don't have your foot buried in the throttle all the time. One of the tricks I was taught by experienced drivers is pretend like you got an egg underneath your accelerator pedal, and push the pedal down to where you can basically touch the egg but not break the egg. If you push it hard enough where you can smash the egg, then you're pushing too hard. That's one of the ways you can save on your fuel expenses. Is accelerate more gently. It works in cars too. Alright, take the loads as they come. Life of an OTR. Yeah, Scott. Yep. We only got cab overs here. I've seen a couple of KW and Peterbilt wreckers though. Huh. Interesting. You guys get your rotators from us. Yeah, I've heard I've heard you guys, their trucks over there, I think your limit is like 53 feet from front to back total. So because of that, they run cab overs. That way you can have as much trailers you can work with, which I think you guys only have like 40-foot trailers or something along that line over there because of that too, if I'm not mistaken. Don't need a ticket for parking in a red zone. Definitely not. Didn't see a hydrant. No, the only hydrant's the one that I was originally parked by until I saw this other red zone here. I'm not sure why they have these why there's even a red zone right here anyway. What's the purpose of it? I can see there's a red zone further up, but there's also a walkway going up to a man door over there. Maybe that has something to do with it, but there's another man door right over here behind me, but it's an unpainted curb there, so I don't get this. Whatever. There was a recovery company that had one of each. You heard them coming along before you saw them. Another how-to vid, Scott. It depends from country to country. We have 50 trailers. I'm not sure how this... This is my newer hoodie. I just realized that a few minutes ago that it's knotted up like that. I don't know why. I don't know if it's meant to try to keep it from getting sucked up inside the hoodie or what. Another how-to vid. I'm not sure what I'd want to cover because I already have a how-to vid on how to adjust the brakes. In fact, that's one of my popular uploads. If you go to my YouTube homepage, basically, you'll see like all my recent videos on the top, and then right below, you'll see the popular videos that I've done. And I think the one that's just enough to be in that list. Yeah, that's how to adjust the brakes. It's not technically the right, the way it's not the number one, the primary way to do it. Normally, because we have automatic slack adjusters on all the trucks now, and normally they should automatically adjust when you're using the brakes. And the ways you can do it is to back up and then hit your brakes while you're backing up. Or another way you can do it is put a wrench on there, and then basically, and then have someone just keep stabbing the brakes repeatedly with the brakes released. And you should see, if you're holding the wrench on there while someone's stabbing the brakes, you should be able to see the wrench gradually turning, a small amount at a time until it's in adjustment. If it fails to do that, then turning that hex bolt thing that I showed you earlier, turning that until the brake pad actually hits up against the drum, and then backing it back off about a quarter of a turn is the other way you can do it. In fact, if you get put out of service for your brakes out of adjustment and you need to have a certified tech come over to fix the problem for you, guess what they're going to do? They're just going to go back there with their wrench and turn it the same way that I show on my video. That's already on there. So that's good information. But you can't do that yourself unless you have some kind of documentation showing that you're certified to do that repair yourself, because DOT inspectors actually will want to see that. Last time I got a level 1 inspection, which was in June of last year, over at the Wendover scales on I-80 in Utah, just before you get into Nevada. The inspector there told me that you can't. You'd have to have even if you did it yourself, it won't pass. You'd want to have a certified mechanic come over and do it. Or you have to have the certification yourself, otherwise you won't get put. You're gonna stay out of service. So, but that's why it's better if it's a simple task. It's just a matter of just don't do it in front of a DOT inspector. Fix it before you show up at the weigh station. That way, if you show up there, you don't get put out of service in the first place, because they're not gonna find your brakes out of adjustment. So, all right, that's why, to keep the string from coming out in the washer. Don't want to talk about brakes. Going to do mine this weekend, weather permitting. That's on your car. At least with automotive. I don't know if you're talking about your car or truck, whatever. I'm going from the master cylinder all the way back. Oh, okay. Yeah. What? You're not just changing the brake pads or something? Van, Pontiac, Montana. Okay. Oh, I mean, those should still be relatively easy to do, though. Now mine, with my car, I have a compressor thing that I use to compress the caliper, or the cylinder on the caliper or whatever. The hydraulic part that pushes the brake pads in on the rotor. I got one of those tools from the auto parts store or whatever. It helps a lot. I just put the old brake pad up against the cylinder, and then I put this tool in there between the caliper and the other pad, and then it's basically like a clamp device, replacing everything. Yeah. You got some kind of issues with that, or I assume? Replacing everything. I'm not sure why you'd be replacing everything, unless you got some kind of problems with it or whatever. Yeah, it just seems kind of extensive, I guess. Master cylinder, power booster, new calipers and seals. Okay. So you're just giving it a lot of TLC. Now here's a question, because Pontiac, Montana, I don't know, but my first car was one I got from my sister and her husband. It was a Pontiac Le Mans. It had the lug nuts. It wasn't actual lug nuts. It was actually lug bolts. So you had to put the tire on, and then the lug nut was actually the bolt. And actually you put it into a female end on the hub, which was really strange. I don't know if a lot of Pontiac vehicles are like that, or if it was, I don't know, maybe it was just that one. It was what year was that car? It wasn't one of the older, it wasn't an older Le Mans. It was one of the ones that came out in the 90s, 80s or 90s, whatever the hell it was. Pontiac is a brand of, it's a make of vehicle that exists here in the U.S. Apparently not in the U.K. Who is it who makes that? Is it GM or I don't even remember. But we have three main auto manufacturers here in the U.S. Well, make it, I guess you can call it four now with Tesla. But we have the big three: Chrysler, GM, Dodge, and Ford. Chrysler, Dodge, whatever. I think those are the same. I can't even remember what's up with them. GM and Ford are both S&P 500 companies, and then Chrysler, I thought they got bought up by what's that company over in what is it? It's not Benz. Who's it? It's a European company, if I remember right. Daimler, yeah. Okay, so Pontiac is a GM make. I always forget. I know it's not Ford. It's either, I knew it was either GM or Chrysler, which is now Daimler, or part of Daimler. Okay, the only GM company we have here is Vauxhall. Yeah, I've heard of Vauxhall. Alright. So, anyway, yeah, if I gotta, might as well send my arrival call to show, hey, I'm here. Just wait till later on in the morning to check in. Let's see, 04, what is 08? At, I'll just say 2240, or no, actually more like 2230. Alright, good enough. Stage nearby until appointment time. That way you don't think that I'm trying to check in way too early. Because sometimes they can give us some of these customers, they can give us service failures just for showing up too early. Imagine that. Or Opel to the rest of Europe. Now, I've heard of Vauxhall and Opel. Yeah, we don't have those kind of vehicles here in the U.S. I've never seen a Vauxhall or an Opel or a actually, I have seen Peugeots here in the past, but it's been years. What's some of the other ones you guys have over there? I can't remember. It's pretty much all your brands over there that you have, don't really see them here, except for maybe Mercedes-Benz, Audi, and of course these aren't all UK brands. They're just European in general. Sick Nightwish hoodie. Need to listen to them again. You're familiar with them, all right. Now that I don't have the truck vibrating my camera, my phone, I can actually see that your name says Pura. Pura. How do you pronounce it? Pura Heifer or Hafer? I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm an OCD kind of guy, so I always like to make sure I'm pronouncing things the right way. But yeah, this is a brand new hoodie. My wife just bought it for me. Didn't even realize you knew that it was a Nightwish hoodie. So this one's not so obvious, and this is their new album that's coming out this Friday, a couple of days from now. Human Nature. That comes out this Friday. Speaking of that, I was wearing a Nightwish shirt last week. And yeah, I ended up going a little longer than I wanted to before I was able to get a shower, because I did a 34-hour reset in a spot where it just couldn't get a shower, and ended up in making my way up to the Flying J in the Amarillo a couple days ago, and I finally got a chance to shower, and I go walking inside the building, and as soon as I get there, there's a woman and her son who just came out of where the driver lounge and bathroom and shower area and all that is. And I come over, and I guess they had seen me coming toward the building with my Nightwish t-shirt on before I even got in the building. And so as soon as I get in the building, they're like, the son is like, oh, like tripping out on the fact that I was a Nightwish fan, because they don't see too many Americans who even know who Nightwish is. Surprisingly, I don't know why, but yeah, because they're very well known band, and I know there are plenty of Americans who are familiar with them and like them, but it's just weird that I never got any kind of conversation from anybody wearing that, or my Nightwish. I have two Nightwish hoodies now. This one is the new one that I just got, and I got the shirt as well with it. And yeah, the shirt was the one I was wearing when the guy was like tripping out on how fellow Nightwish fan, and so we had a quick little conversation, and his mom was talking about how I can't wait for this mandatory no essential workers working anymore, kind of thing. So he can go back to work in his, I think he was like retail, food service, whatever. Yeah, he was a younger guy. Because I guess since he's been in the truck with her, you know, during this time where he can't work because non-essential, I guess he's been like jamming out to a lot of stuff, and yeah, particularly Nightwish, and it's too much for his mom. Thought it was kind of funny. Alright, what else? There's several cars I've seen on live streams that are branded as Chevrolet there, but are Vauxhalls here. Oh, okay. Yeah, because Chevrolet, we call them Chevys here as well. The Camaro, there's the Corvette. Now I'm kind of interested in what all your Vauxhalls look like, if there are any there that are identical to our Chevys that we have here, but and then do they have the same name, the same model names, or are they different? First, your name, you name right. They make BMWs in Spartanburg, South Carolina. They call it Bubba Makes Wheels. No CD, a new CD, you know why. My dad drives a Vauxhall Mocha, but you in the U.S. know it as a Chevrolet Trax. Chevy Trax. I don't pay a hell of a lot of attention to the four-wheelers out there anymore, because a lot of them are those little crossover vehicles that I just don't care for. Maybe, I don't know. It's a lot that just don't interest me so much. It's either I tend to like Japanese sporty kind of cars, like my Subaru that I had, or something along that line, or SUVs or pickups. That's just me, I guess. I don't tend to pay as much attention anymore to all the different makes and models out there. That we have. There's a whole bunch. Like I could look at one like I don't know what that is. It's pretty bad. I used to know pretty much anything there was, but not so much anymore. When I play Halo 2 on the old school Xbox, I made a burn CD of Nightwish mix. Nice. So what's your favorite song from them, Pura? I mean, it's cool when I run into people who actually are familiar with them, because a lot of the people who watch my streams are familiar with them only because I'm always playing them when I do play music on my streams. Well, not always playing them, but it's quite frequent that I'll have a Nightwish song on here or there. There are, which one? I can't play The Poet and the Pendulum or Greatest Show on Earth on my streams, otherwise my videos will get blocked. But a lot of the other songs they have, I can play, and I'm not here to try to make money off my damn YouTube, so I don't really care if they have people watching them later on see ads that end up paying to the band or the label, whatever. So what? If I introduce people to music that they aren't familiar with, then hey, that's an interesting song. Because that's how I get it. I get introduced to a lot of music, watching other people's YouTube videos or seeing them as suggested videos or whatever else. But now, Nightwish, I first got introduced to them back in the 2000, I don't know, mid 2000 range, whatever, when Tarja Turunen was still their singer. And at that point in time, I remembered, can't remember how, a couple of ways I picked up on new groups back then, and I think one of them was when Evanescence became really big. I liked that style of music, and now there was too much stuff from Evanescence that was a little more too slow, I guess. But some of their more upbeat songs, like was it Bring Me to Life or Tourniquet and stuff like that. A little bit more upbeat. It's got a good sound to it. I like it. So I started looking for groups that were similar to them, and I would go on their allmusic.com profile, and I think that was what it was, AMG, AllMusic, whatever the hell that site's called. And you can pull up a group's profile, their discography, and all that kind of stuff, and then it would also show who some similar artists are to them. And I think it might have been them, is how I learned about Nightwish and Within Temptation, which are two of my favorite groups. I'm just as big a Within Temptation fan as I am Nightwish. And Within Temptation is another group that most Americans, who the hell are they? You know, it's weird. Alright, so let's see. The tracks reminds me of the old Suzukis. No, Ziggy, it's a pretty nice car, actually. Give me a minute to look up some song names. Saying that the specs you get there will be different to what we get here, so you could be right. My first Nightwish CD was Century Child, 2002. Yeah, I got songs from that one too. I don't think I have the whole CD, but I have several songs. I'd have to take a look. Just remember, most of the Fords you get there are based on European models. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up I'll pull up my list of music from in my collection. I can tell you which songs I have from the Century Child album, because I always forget which songs are which. Well, I know the names of the songs when I hear them. It's just I don't always remember which album, what particular song came from. I got 68 songs from Nightwish right now. A lot of them are live. Let's see. Century Child. Okay, Bless the Child, End of All Hope, Ever Dream, The Phantom of the Opera, and Beauty of the Beast. Okay, yeah, now that was one of the ones when I first learned about Nightwish, I think that was the current album that was out, and yeah, I was really hooked on it. Beauty of the Beast. That was one that really caught my attention because it was so different. It was long, and then it had all these different themes to it, and it flowed so smoothly. It was, I fell in love with that song. So even to this day, it's still one of my favorites to listen to. Let's see. Ziggy, well, they pretty much look like all of the crossover vehicles that are made. All the car makers for the same cutout of each other now. Yeah. Dodge Stratus. I remember that was basically the same interior layout as the Mitsubishi Eclipse when I had an Eclipse. Weird. 7 Days to the Wolves. Yeah, that's a good one. Islander is a good one. Yeah. Now there's several songs that I like from with all three singers involved. Let's see, with Tarja. I gotta pull it up again. Wish I Had an Angel. While your lips are still red, that's the one I have. Beauty and the Beast. Nymphomaniac Fantasia. Bless the Child. Okay, I already talked about this album. The Escapist. That's one with Annette Olson. And the Dark Passion Play album, I got Bye Bye Beautiful, Amaranth, Sahara, For the Heart I Once Had. Decades. That is. Well, it's got Elon, which is, I think was Floor Jansen was the original singer on that one. But The Poet and the Pendulum is not a Floor Jansen original. That was an Annette original. Ah, damn it. Accidentally started. My Walden. That's another one with Floor Jansen as the original. Human Nature, their new single from it, Noise, I have that one. I need to add some more. Imaginarium, Story Time, I Want My Tears Back, Rest Calm, Last Ride of the Day, and Song of Myself. Oceanborn got Walking in the Air. That one I like a lot. From the Once album got Nemo. Why is Dark Chest of Wonders no longer available? I gotta check on that. Wish I Had an Angel and Lived to Tell the Tale. Over the Hills and Far Away. And then I got the whole Live at Wacken 2013 CD, or album, whatever. Song of Myself. And then I got the Live at Wembley 2015 album also. Let's see. Anyway, yeah, quite a bit there. So, yeah, and everybody knows I try not to play too much of it, because otherwise probably people get a little burnt out on it. Like, God, you ever play anything else beside them? I listen to a lot of everything, actually. I listen to a lot of EDM kind of stuff, a lot of, pretty much across the spectrum, rock music. I even listen to some pop and, some pop music, whatever, and what else I got? I play the piano, so I do have an interest in some classical music, and especially if it's got a piano influence to it. So once in a while you might hear something along that line. Very, very, very limited on country. I can hardly tolerate any country music, to be honest with you. But there's a little bit of country music out there I can handle, but very, very little. Alright, where did I leave off? Okay, Stephen. I agree with you there, Ziggy. It's like, how many different headlights and grills can you put onto one car? Or you can do what some other company did. Look this one up, called the Rally Fighter. Rally Fighter is like a $60,000 off-road friendly car. What they did for that one is they took parts off of a whole bunch of different other cars, like some parts off of Honda, some parts off of Ford or whatever, and they built the body with these basically with all these parts of mine to fit on them, and it's kind of weird. It's like a $60,000 car if I remember right, but it's a badass car. Really, it looked like a hell of a lot of fun. It's meant to do some serious off-roading stuff. I actually seen a Rally Fighter too on trailers, getting transported to places. It's always an interesting thing when I encounter those. Master Passion Greed is my jam. Nissan X-Trail and Nissan Quasky, whatever. So I don't know what it's called in the U.S. Are exactly the same car. Damn, I know I'm old now. Haven't heard any of those songs. Well, Steve, I don't know. I don't think I ever did catch how old you are. But now, mind you, though, like I said, even people who are familiar with rock music, for some reason, don't always tend to be familiar with Nightwish. So, I mean, even people in my age group, who the hell's Nightwish? Half of them don't know, or most of them don't know. So it's always a treat to me when I come across somebody who's familiar with Nightwish who I didn't personally introduce to Nightwish. Yeah, because more often than not, people on here only know about Nightwish because I play them, and they're like, "Oh, what's this?" Something along that line. Ghost Love Score, yes, that's a great one, especially the Live at Wacken one with Floor singing it. Because Ghost Love Score was originally, I think, a Tarja Turunen song. I'm trying to decide if I'm too young or too old, Ziggy, because neither do I. Nissan Nissan has a big manufacturing plant here in Tennessee, Smyrna, Tennessee, about 40-something miles away. Old Stefan. We have a huge one in Sunderland that ironically exports Nissans back to Japan. Stefan, you're 27 years old. Yeah, you're young enough to be my son, Stefan. I'm 46. Okay, yeah, and then a lot of this Nightwish music came out in the early 2000s, all the way up until their new album. They got a new album coming out this coming Friday, and most of their stuff came out in the early to later 2000s or earlier 2010s. So it's more like, I don't think it's an age thing. I think it's more of you're just not acquainted with their style or whatever. It's not something you hear on radio stations, so I'm not surprised by that. It's kind of like when I was growing up. I was familiar with Iron Maiden, but I'd never really heard any of their music because they were never on radio stations. You pretty much, I would always, everyone I'd hear talk about, like, yeah, they're badass, they freaking rock out and going to their concerts and stuff, but I'd be damned if I'd ever heard a single one of their songs before because I never heard it on the radio. And it wasn't something that my parents listened to, and my sister and I never really, I guess, never really got into them. My parents listened to Kiss. They had Kiss albums and vinyl. But yeah, that was just one of those examples. You didn't hear their music on the radio, so if you didn't hear their music on the radio, you didn't really have any kind of real familiarity with them either. You don't like song about breaking up with girl and old dog country music? No. I can't relate to any of that. I don't relate to talk about the frickin' Chevys or whatever the hell is. I've heard some really stupid country songs like, this is frickin' music? You're singing about that? And it's not even just like the dog ran away breaking up with girlfriend shit. It's just, oh man, I can listen to like one time and just to like, God, this is such a stupid song. I can't even remember what some of the damn song names are, the lyrics. It's just that annoying. Okay, Stefan, I got about 30 years on you. Alright, so you're 57 then, Ziggy. 56, okay. Yeah, so you're about 10 years older than me. I'm 46. 33 years old. Alright, so you're a younger one too. Yeah, I can see why they renamed it in the U.S. market. You can't pronounce... Is it Koski? I don't know, because I would... There's one way I can try to pronounce it like a typical American might try to pronounce that, and then I can pronounce it the Spanish style way, because it's, obviously with Dora being a bilingual, I tend to pronounce a lot of things the Spanish way, especially being here from California, and a lot of our cities here are California names, or even street names and stuff are Spanish themed. So you'll hear me say a lot of stuff than the Spanish way of pronouncing things. To me, that could be either Quasqui or something if it's like American English kind of way, or it'd be Koski if it was done like the Spanish way. Oh, now I'm the old dude in the room. Yes, you are. How's it feel? We can just call you Papa, the matriarch or something, or patriarch. If it didn't come out in the 70s or 80s, I'm not interested. Now that's interesting. You're 27 and you only like 70s and 80s music. That's really interesting. But I can't say I fault you on that, because there was a lot of really good music from the 80s and a pretty good amount from the 70s as well that I like. And to me, like, once the 90s ended, a lot of the music kind of started getting not always so great. Hence the 63 in the name. Yeah, okay, that's what it makes sense. Because I was born in 73. Kwaski. Okay, that's how it's pronounced. Kwaski. I have a question about city drivers for an 18-wheeler. Okay. What's the... what do you want to know about city drivers for 18-wheeler? That's what my parents listened to when I was growing up. Yeah, it's not unusual for that. Yeah, a lot of my music collection, well, not so much on my collection, but stuff I like was stuff that was based on what my parents listened to as well, to an extent, though. My dad, maybe not so much. He had a tendency to like some of that country rock kind of stuff, or rockabilly, or actually downright like freaking country kind of stuff a bit. And everybody else in the family hated it. It's just, my mom hated it, my sister and I hated it, so we never really got into it. But my mom was always into the more contemporary, like pop and soft rock, or pop rock, kind of whatever, new wave stuff that was commercially popular, I guess, in the area growing up. And then my sister and I, we grew up like huge Def Leppard fans. She was also a big, huge Poison fan, Skid Row, Rat. Yeah, and I listened to a lot of it too. The Scorpions. Who else now? Man, I gotta get Anthony on here to help refresh me on some of these, some of the 80s rock groups. Because I know Anthony likes a lot of that music, and he tends to ask if I can play some of it, like especially Def Leppard or Scorpions. I don't know. I was trying to spell it phonetically. It's not Ziggy, but good try. I must just say, I'm just going off how Nissan pronounced it in their adverts. Huh. Okay. Is it Koski, or how do they pronounce it in the advertisements? You're like the older brother I never had. Yeah, no, and I do like some 70s stuff too. I sometimes forget like who's all from that era that I might have. I like Styx, but I think a lot of the Styx music I have is from the early to mid 80s, and not from the 70s. The Kinks have some of their music, a little bit, not a lot. Damn, I can't even remember what all else I have. Alright, Pura. How do you even drive an 18-wheeler in a big city like New York? All cars, people, go crazy. I think that will hold me back for driving over the road. Okay. It's not easy, but the big part of that is knowing the routes, and but dealing with other traffic, honestly, just keep this in mind. You're the big guy on the road. Nobody wants to get hit by you. They'll be assholes to you up to an extent, but then once if you have to bully your way into stuff, yeah, they'll give way. Yeah, they usually will. At least the stupid ones might run into you or something, but most of them know what's good for them. Hey, they know you need room to turn or whatever. Now, if you're in a day cab, it's easier to maneuver than you can with a sleeper cab, because like for me, when I'm making a turn at an intersection, some of the things I'm looking for, I like to have my tandems at least about maybe 4 feet away from the curb, and then before I even make my turn, I'm looking at the other side of the intersection. So if I'm coming this way and I'm going on the street like this, and I'm right turns are particularly the more difficult ones. Basically, just do a button hook kind of turn, but there are certain little details. I need to know if there's shoulder space for me to work with on the street I'm already on. Is there shoulder space for me to work with on the street I'm turning onto? What does the corner of the intersection look like? Is it like a really wide arcing kind of curve, or is it more squarish kind of looking? Usually on right turns, it's going to be a curve, but it's not always that. It's not always that wide arcing. Sometimes it's a little more of a sharp curve, I guess. And you gotta take all these things into consideration when you're making the turns. As a general rule, though, say if I'm making a right turn and gonna end up on the right side. Sorry, Stefan. I know you guys drive on the wrong side of the road, so this is kind of backwards for you guys. But if I'm gonna go into the right lane when I'm done with my turn, what I'll really do is I'll put my tractor. Once I can see the apex of the curve, the curb. Basically, once I can see past the curb here through my door, then I'll start my turn, and I'll turn my tractor like it's gonna go right into the second lane over instead of the first, and then usually about whatever kind of steering it took me to get it right into the center of that second lane, I just leave it like it is, and it'll curve back gradually over toward the right lane, and then I can basically turn back to the left to meet up with the trailer there. That one, it takes a lot of practice with that. And basically your kingpin to the rear axle dimension dictates how much space you need to work with. So like it's in California, 40-foot limit. I need at least 40 foot of space to work with, and it's really in your best interest to know how wide the lanes are in the area you're in. Is it a 12-foot wide lane? Is it a 10-foot wide lane? Whatever. Where is that 40 feet coming from? Map it out. Use all that space. And then dealing with the cars, though, it's it can be pretty heavy, and they can be a real pain in the ass, especially when they don't understand. You might need to do what's called a J-hook turn or button hook turn at time, whatever, and you might need to borrow somebody else's lane to complete your turn. Sometimes you just have to sit and wait for them to give it to you. Sometime sooner or later, the people eventually figure out what you're trying to do, but a lot of times, no, they're impatient. They'll just take whatever, they'll try to give you space, but a lot of times they'll still take space that they don't realize you still need. So it kind of sucks, but I've only been to New York City one time in a truck before, and that was quite an interesting experience. Speaking of New York City, I was so glad that my trainer, when I was on his truck, taught me about this. New York City, the bridge clearances there tend to be actually about a foot taller, at least a foot taller than they actually say they are. And I saw firsthand what this, because that one time I went to Hunts Point over in the Bronx. When I was leaving there, I was trying to get over to Interstate 278. And I was following the truck route signs along that, whatever that road is that goes right alongside 278 on the west side of it. Just on the west end of the Bronx. Following the truck route signs down, and then I end up going around a right curve. And shortly after I get around the right curve, there's a street on the right side that's only 2 lanes. That it was right around on the other side of a park. I had to make a right turn onto that street, and then another right turn on the other side of it to get to the on-ramp to get to 278. But by the time I realized that's where I needed to be, I was already too close to the intersection, and I was on a street where there's no shoulder space. I was talking earlier about how I need shoulder space. Normally, if I have shoulder space to work with, and it's say it's a 12-foot wide lane plus the 4-foot or so shoulder, and there's a 4-foot shoulder on the other side on the other street, then normally I can do it with just 2 lanes. So the lane I'm going to plus the lane that I need the tractor to go to, so my tandems will clear the intersection. But if there's no shoulder space here on the street I'm coming from, I need to extend my tractor out that way an extra at least half a lane before I start my turn, so I make sure my tandems will not run over the curb. But that's only a 2-lane road that I'm turning onto, and there's no shoulder space, and so I'm like, I'm not even going to try this. I know that I'm not going to make it, so I'm not even going to bother. I keep going right down the road. I know 278 had curved that way, and my normal logic is if I can't make a turn, if I miss the exit, whatever, just go further down the road. You're gonna find more signs that'll tell you, hey, to interstate such and such, whatever. That's the normal thinking I had at the time. So I think I can follow 278 down and find another ramp to it further down the road, and then just get on there or something. Yeah, it didn't quite work out that way. Next thing I know, the road stops following 278 and it curves off to the south. Next thing I know, I'm crossing I guess the Harlem River into Harlem. And I cross down, once I get across the bridge, right up ahead, it's like it was a 3-way intersection, kind of like that. And the road I was on was the one dead ending into the other street. And before I got to that street, there was a pedestrian bridge that had a marked 12'7" clearance. I'm like, yeah, this isn't good. I got a 13'6" truck and a 12'7" clearance. At least that's what it says it is. Normally, I wouldn't have even entertained the thought of going underneath that bridge, because most places, if it says 12'7", it probably really is 12'7". New York, a little different though. But now I treated it like it could be a 12'7". I could tell it was kind of low, but I thought, like, I don't know, it's kind of close. I might make it. So what I did, I went real slow, put on my 4-ways, which is what we call our hazard lights, and I dropped my airbags, so the suspension on the back side of the tractor would drop down and allow the front of the trailer to more easily fit underneath. And from there, I would just go super slow, just creep slowly forward. That way, if something is going to hit, then it's just going to love tap it, and it's not going to get stuck. And that way, if I do hit something, I can always just back myself back out of it and not have to call a wrecker to help me get out or something. So I went underneath it like that, and while I'm in the middle of approaching it, there was a guy on the other side of the intersection. There was a sidewalk over there. He was watching me, walking kind of from my left to my right, and he saw me looking real, like, I'm looking at there, looking over here, like just, shit, man, am I going to clear this? I don't know. I'm kind of going by what my trainer taught me about New York City, and that's the only reason I even attempted it. And I see him, because I'm looking everywhere, and then I see him, like, give me a thumb up, like, you're good. And, okay, now we get the problem, another concern here. Do I trust this guy? Because, one, this guy could be someone who's used to seeing trucks going underneath that bridge, and he knows that trucks like me can fit underneath it, and was, yeah, you're good, you'll fit. Because, he wasn't in a position to communicate with me verbally, and I'll go more into that in a second, why I'm mentioning that detail. Or is he one of these guys who actually wants to see me crash, wreck into the bridge, whatever, just for the entertainment of, you freaking stupid, dumb motherfucker, that kind of thing. Because there are people out there like that who will intentionally try to get you to crash just so they can get some video footage of your stupidity or something. Somebody I talked to not too long ago, I don't remember who it was. They said that they had I think they were driving for Swift, and just because they were driving for Swift, somebody, they were trying to back into a spot or whatever, and someone got out and decided to try to help them, try to spot for them. But then it turns out the person was intentionally directing them to crash into the front end of someone else's truck just because they wanted to get it on video, and that's it. Yeah, even though the driver who was backing in, like, they knew something was funny about it with the gap, and like, are you sure I'm good? And no, and the guy kept saying, no, you're good. Don't trust people. If you're not, even if they say you're good, it's in your best interest. Stop the truck, set your brakes, get out of the truck and take a look for yourself, just so you know exactly what you're dealing with. Hey, sorry, unless you're the guy whose truck that you're trying to, if you're the guy who's in the truck who I'm afraid I'm going to hit, I'm not going to trust you necessarily. Like I say, you have a vested interest in your truck not getting hit, so you know absolutely certain if the person helping you is the guy who came out of the truck or belongs to the truck that is next to you that you're concerned about. If they're the one spotting you, you can be pretty damn well sure that, if they say you're good, you're good. If they say, hey, stop, go forward, then they're going to make absolutely certain you're not going to hit their truck. If it's anybody else, I treat them with a little more suspicion. There are people out here who really will help each other and really do pay attention, but there are some idiots who either are just, hey, I want to see some entertainment, and even though they're going to make themselves liable as well, or some who are just dumbasses who aren't paying as much attention as they should be when they're spotting for you. So be careful with that kind of stuff. What else? So anyway, I ended up making it underneath that 12.7 bridge completely. And next thing I know, I'm going right into downtown Manhattan. Right from upper Manhattan down ended up going down to central Manhattan, and then I was like, great, I'm on an island. How in the hell do I get out of here? Going over to the west, which is the way I wanted to go, there were tunnels. And I've heard stories about how some certain tunnels over there are not truck legal, or truck can't fit under. And there are others where they can. So, I don't have any idea where the hell I'm going. I know there are certain places, certain roads I can turn on and go into a tunnel by looking at the map, but which one can a truck go in and which one can a truck not go in, I have no idea. So I'm like, I'm not going that way. I don't know enough my way around the area, so I ended up figuring out, eventually I got down to like 52nd Street, which is kind of down toward right at the southern end of Central Park, basically. And I ended up going across some bridge, which I was almost not sure if I could fit underneath the support, whatever the top part of that bridge was. Because, like, man, it looks kind of low too, but I fit underneath it. It ended up taking me into Queens. Then I ended up having to take some other road, eventually down to 295. And finally got out of the area. So that was a hell of an interesting experience. It didn't really scare me, and that's the thing. You can't go there with this feeling that, oh my God, I'm gonna fuck up, or that it's don't go there being terrified of the damn place. Just go there. It's just like another city with a lot of traffic, and learn your way around. You can't, I'm the big guy out here. You go ahead and try to challenge me. Guess who's gonna win that battle? I guarantee him I'm not going to take much damage on my truck. You're going to take a lot, and nobody wants to get hit. So, and at lower speeds, they will yield to you when they need to. Okay, what else? Look like Cash Key and who drives on the wrong side of the road, Scott? Yeah, you guys do, Stefan. There's a lot more countries where people drive on the right side of the road than they do on the left. So you guys are the oddballs there. I gotta give you that crap because you guys always, every British person I know always gives us crap about you guys all drive on the wrong side of the road. So now I get to have fun and do it back to you. So you're gonna have to live with it. song "Give Me 40 Acres and I'll Turn This Big Rig Round" comes to mind. Never heard of it. It actually sounds like Tracy, what is that? Tracy Chapman or whatever her name was. There's a give me one reason to stay here and I'll turn this right around or something like that. It sounds like the same thing or something. I don't know. Maybe she did a bastardized version of that same song or something. I don't know. It's an old song, Stefan. Man, my yard dog job. Sounds great. It's a good song though, Ziggy. Hey, Scott, watching King of Queens. Guess who? They're so You know, I watched, because on my Voodoo account, I have Here Comes the Boom. You know, that Kevin James movie. Okay, I watched it just because I know that Gary Valentine is in that movie, and I wanted to get a better shot of who he is. I couldn't even remember who he was in the movie, and I ended up figuring out it's Kevin James's character's brother. Wow. You guys are brothers in real life, and now you guys are gonna be this thing's shutting down on me. Which I'm gonna eventually need to put myself in sleeper berth, so I'm gonna tell it to turn back on. You end up figuring out that in the movie he plays his brother, and and he's a chef who's like always like having these snarky comments, whatever, to his wife and kids and stuff. And I watch him like, man, I don't know how you get this idea that I talk like Gary Valentine. I'm not seeing it. I don't know. I don't hear myself so much though, and I sure as I don't think I sound like I'm from New York like I think he is. So it just kind of makes me laugh, but whatever. It's to me, it's all good fun, I guess. That's the way. If that's who you think I sound like, okay, I'm sure. I don't think I do, but whatever. But I know at least two of you guys have said that now, because who was it? Sean, I think, brought it up, wasn't it? Sean mentioned it, and I think you guys talked about it. I'm like, yeah, he does sound like him. So I don't know, maybe everyone else watching, if you're familiar with King of Queens, the character Danny, which I hardly ever watched that show. I don't even know if I've ever seen that character in the show. I very seldom ever watched that show when it was on. I was usually always working, and nighttime, primetime TV was never my thing unless it was a Laker game or Dodger game or something, or Eagles game or something along that line, or a movie. And of course, most of the time I was always at work working on airplanes or something at that time of day. So I never really got into the primetime stuff until later on. Alright, my brain is overheated. Just listen to this story. Yeah, just try to stay away from New York City if you have to. But you'll get used to New York City if you deal with it a lot. It'll be like back of your hand practically once you get familiar with it. It's kind of like coming to California. Go to LA, you like be overwhelmed and like, oh my god, I hate this place. But if you're like me, where I live here, and I've spent so many times in the LA area, I can handle the traffic. It takes patience, but and I know my way around, and it doesn't bother me. Our smallest trailers are 13 feet high. Guess everything isn't bigger in America. My trailer here is 13.6, and we actually do have some that are 14 feet tall, but generally speaking, we're not supposed to have trailers any taller than that. Flatbed loads, they can go higher than that, but they need permits to do it. I would never do that to one of our drivers. A lot of evil-minded people in America, Stefan. They love to see someone mess up. Yep, that is true. unfortunately. There's a low bridge near my work where our goods inn is. Okay. You almost have to go under a low bridge, 14.6. The driver wasn't sure, so I jumped in his cab and showed him another way around. Even though I knew the truck would make it under, but I still showed him the way he would be comfortable with. You know, I tell people, if you're not comfortable, if it's the way to go, then deal with it. You're gonna have to learn. You're gonna have to learn what you can and can't do. If you don't know how to do your job, or you can't handle doing your job, then sorry, go do some other line of work if you can't handle what you're supposed to be doing. But I remember, because my first year of driving, actually the first 6 months of driving, I remember they taught us in CDL school, don't go underneath anything less than 14 feet tall. Even though we're in we got 13.6 trailers. So they kind of put that in our heads, don't go underneath anything under 14 feet because you might hit, kind of mentality. So I had one occasion where I was team driving with somebody, and there was we were following the route that we were supposed to be taking, but there was one particular point where we had a 13.8, 13.9, something like that bridge, and we were kind of like, oh shit, I don't know. I don't know if we could go under that. So, and it was my co-driver who was driving at the time, and he did the same thing that I did. We just stop, put the four-ways on, and then creep real slowly. And then we started creeping and started working our way up to it. And the next thing you know, there's a guy in a pickup. Actually, there were two people on the vehicle. They came up and told us, and the guy in the passenger seat got out and said, hey, are you guys concerned about whether you'll fit under that bridge? And we're like, both, yeah. And of course, we're both in a Sierra England truck, so of course, naturally, oh yeah, these guys don't know what the hell they're doing. When I said, oh yeah, you'll fit, it's like I'm a Class A driver myself, and I live here, and I know you guys will fit. Oh, okay. So we went ahead and ended up getting underneath it. At another time, when I was a trainer, I was the second guy. I think it was the second guy I ever trained. Some reason he got off. We were going on I-65 toward Birmingham from Nashville, if I remember right. Some reason he wanted to stop at the rest area to get some rest, but for some reason he thought he had to get off the freeway and cross over into some town area to get to the rest area. I'm like, and at the time I was kind of napping in the back, and I woke up when I realized he was getting off the freeway. So I could get up and, hey, what's going on? Oh, I'm going to the rest area. I'm like, why are we off the freeway then? Because I've been on this route before, and there's a rest area right there, literally right off of I-65, shortly after you get into Alabama from Tennessee, that you can go into. It's just an off-ramp right into the rest area. Like, so I'm not getting why we're here. But and I had to tell them to stop, and then we'll take a look at the map. Just look at the map and see what roads are around, and preferably stay on numbered highways as much as possible. And I remember there was we get up to an area, and there was one spot where trucks were not allowed, I think over by railroad tracks, whatever. So then we ended up turning down the next road and follow it over to where I saw another state highway. And I started, I had them, okay, let's go down this street, and we'll try to, I was going to have them get to the state highway that would take us back over toward I-65. And I was going down the road there. It was one of those kind of a T intersection again. And because the plan was to get to the end of the road, and then it was going to be a left turn, and then it'd be a right curve to get across the railroad tracks or whatever, which of course is already a concern. If I have to go by railroad tracks, then that's an automatic, okay, what kind of situation am I getting into? Because railroad tracks is almost always where you find low bridge clearances. In this particular case, because we were almost to the three-way intersection, and there was a sign there saying tunnel ahead. I'm like, oh shit, tunnel? If it's a tunnel, I'm not sure we could fit then. And then sure enough, we get a little closer, and there's another sign saying, I think like 11'2" or something. I'm like, yeah, that's not going to happen. So, okay, we got a problem here. We can't do this. And we get up to the intersection, and then there's someone else who came from the right, and they saw us, and they knew that which way we were trying to go, and the guy stopped, and it turned out it was another CDL driver, and happened to be in a POV, thank God. But they told us, yeah, you're not gonna make it. Like, yeah, we just figured that out. I was just trying to stay on a numbered route, and just found these signs here saying tunnel 11'2". Like, yeah, now we're just trying to get back over to I-65. So I said, okay, just follow us. We'll guide you down to another street that's like a few miles down. That street you just came off of. You said, yeah, just, you know, there's another street we could take south, and then go back over to the street we had came from and follow it south to some other street. And then once they made a right turn on the other street, they stopped and they said, yeah, keep going. Just go straight down the road and you'll find I-65. All right, cool. Thank God. Thank God we get people like that out here. But yeah, you got to be paying attention to those details. You don't want to be that idiot who smacks a low bridge and has to call a wrecker because your stupid ass wasn't paying attention and hit it. Yeah, I have a field day with those kind of things. All right, let's see what else. Give Me 40 Acres was sung by the Willis Brothers. Truck driver. Willis Brothers. Never heard of them. I guess it's a country song. I don't know. Damn it, I'll record it and post it on Facebook. You can't really hear the inflection in your own voice. Yeah. I mean, I once in a while I'll listen to my own stuff just for, especially when I'm like double checking if I like the quality of something. But usually only recorded stuff. Maybe once in a while I try to go back over my streams if I'm trying to look for something in particular. Like earlier, maybe I want to look for that fatal accident that I passed by that you guys saw. Yeah, I got it on my dash cam, I hope, also. That kind of stuff is where I might hear myself talk, but even then, I don't quite get that connection. Our tallest trailers are 16.5 feet. I did it because the driver was a newbie. We were all newbies in our jobs at some point. Yeah, that's true. And there are times where I've gone around stuff that I wasn't sure I could go around, even though I found out later on, oh yeah, you would have fit. That's another story there. Going up I-85 in North Carolina, going toward Virginia. I think I was trying to get to Halifax, North Carolina, which is up in the north end of North Carolina off of I-95. Not too long before you get into Virginia. And the route plan, it was telling me go up 85 because I was coming across 40, and then I ended up going up 85, and it was supposed to take Highway 101 or some shit like that across to basically to get straight over. And when I was going up from this Highway 1 to go turn on this other highway, whatever the hell it was, before I even make the turn, I look over there and I see a railroad bridge with 13'6" clearance. I'm like, I don't know, like 13'6", and I am 13'6". I don't know if I'm gonna fit. Even though I had just seen a truck come from that direction, he had turned from the same street that I was needing to turn onto, and that was supposedly my route plan that Sierra England wanted us to go down. But I saw that, I'm like, yeah, I don't know about that. And I couldn't tell if the truck that I saw, because I was still approaching the intersection at the time, I couldn't tell if the truck had actually come from underneath the bridge or if he found out the hard way that he couldn't go that way and turned around and came back over by the time I saw him. So I decided not to chance it. I ended up going straight up the road and ended up working my way back up to I-85, and then basically took it up into Virginia, and then took US 52, something like that. Once I got into Virginia, I think it might have been US 52 or whatever it was. Took it across over to 95, and then I came back down 95 to the highway that my customer was off of. Then I ended up later on, I went on Facebook, and Truckers Wall of Shame, as much as I hate that group. I went on there, because there were like 100,000 plus people on there. Like, there's got to be somebody who's familiar with that route. So I asked them, like, hey, I ran into this situation, but I'm just curious, would I have fit underneath that bridge? And then there was someone who was actually from the area that was in question, and said, yeah, you'll fit. If it says 13.6, 13.6 fits. So, okay. Yeah, I just wasn't sure. I didn't want to take a chance, so. But, that's part of the learning process. Going to record your voice and play them back to back. I remember Danny from King of Queens. Alright, I got a 30-second clip of your voice. Do you think they sound alike, Stefan? It was driving me crazy as to who he sounded like. In all fairness to the driver, there's two signs that say different heights for the bridge. One says it's 14.6 and the other says 14 feet. He wasn't taking any chances. Oh my God, yeah, I've seen something like that too. I-35 going through Austin. There's an upper level and a lower level. I remember my first time going through there. Because the overpasses there, when you're on the lower level, they're arched like that, if I remember right. And so if you're in the there's a higher clearance in the middle than there is over by the curb. And I remembered I would see I think the curbside one was like 13.2 or something. We're like, what the hell? It's like, and I was in the right lane, I think, or whatever, and I was following another truck. So I'm kind of freaking out. Like, am I even gonna fit down here? Like, am I supposed to be down here? But but I think the other one was like a 14-foot clearance or whatever the hell it was, enough for me to fit under. And I'm just following the other truck. Hey, if he's down here too, and then sure enough, he ends up making, he would get underneath there without hitting anything. So okay, if he can, I can. So yeah, I get a lot of those kind of interesting things that you have to learn. Just sometimes learn the hard way. Just hopefully not do any damage while you're doing it. I really do, Ziggy. Oh my God! Now you got Ziggy and Sean agreeing with you on that. Okay, maybe you're right. I don't know, but it's just daily limit exceeded. Whatever. All right. They always put the posted height lower than the actual height. Yeah, I hear that a lot too. I've seen some that look pretty close to what they really are, though. Get out of the way. Daily limit exceeded. The quota will be reset at midnight. Whatever the hell that meant. It's not even an arched bridge. It's just an F up from the sign people. Posted height lower than that. Alright. Anyway. Yeah, we're all caught up, I guess. I'm gonna probably go ahead and end the stream here. I don't know. Maybe if you send it to me on Messenger, I'll take a look at that, Steve, and see. I don't know. Maybe you make a believer out of me, but I don't believe at the moment. So I'll look for it, and at least be open-minded. Not like it matters, but anyway, yeah, I deliver at 9:40 tomorrow morning, or I guess now this morning. Well, I got 5 more minutes before it's tomorrow for me, but the rest of you guys probably all already Thursday. So 9:40. I don't know how long their unloading process is, what kind of reputation they have, whatever. Hopefully I'll find out sometime in the morning, though, what I'll be doing after I'm done here. And when I'm done delivering here, and I have some kind of idea of what I'm doing after that, I'll stream again. So sometime later, like mid to late tomorrow morning, if I had to guess, is when I'll be ready to go. Alright, and then this daily limit shit keeps getting on my way. You may monitor, whatever. Quota usage and adjust limits in the API console. Whatever. Okay, so we'll see you guys tomorrow then, alright? Thanks for hanging out. It had actually pretty good turnout, and I always appreciate that. And we'll see you all tomorrow, or Thursday morning. How's that? Because most of you guys, it's already Thursday. Have a good one, guys.